Good morning, everyone. This is Rose. Today is Wednesday, April 12, 9 a.m. Eastern Time. This is Rose. Today is Wednesday, April 12, 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Just doing a quick audio and video check. Just give me a second, please. Trying to launch the Discord so I can see the comments. All right. Good morning. Just give me a second, please. Just need to do something. All right. Today, CPI report came out at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Is big bullish reaction. You can see it on the Globex chart, which also reached my target. I had this chart posted actually yesterday in Discord, and I said that this is our target, but we couldn't get there. So market went sideways. Before any kind of news, especially with CPI or PPI numbers or FOMC, you're going to get this sideways trading range price action. That kind of sets the tone for a breakout from that trading range for the news. So you can see that we came all the way down and then use this area as support. You can see the market is making higher highs, higher lows, and squeezing, and you can see that squeeze. So they're actually taking out the bear stops, and with higher low, that is the final pullback to the moving averages, and it's kind of signaling you that it's going to break out from this trading range. So there's a inner structural trading range that was your first target. However, there's a larger one right there with either stop there, okay, or I would take the entire structure, and that was your measured move target, okay. So as price gets there, basically you're having a runner, but you do have to get out. Market gives you actually a reward for being patient. It reaches way above, traps those buyers loading up here, which they shouldn't, because we're meeting my target right there, exceeding the measured move targets. There were 3, and it's the conservative one with a smaller conservative stop and a much larger structural 1-to-1 target. So it's actually giving you a lot more than then and time to exit. And it's anybody who's bought and stuck up here they are now stuck. So what they're going to do is they're going to measure this, okay, is either the entire range or the size of the bull bar and they're going to buy at the middle. You see how right at the middle we are? Price came down and it's bouncing. That's because some of the bulls who are stuck here buying, and they're hoping the market is going to get back up here for the second time so they can break even. Or if you measure the news bar, it's dipping way below. But here, even if you measure from this level, right, so we're right at the 50%, many bulls will lace this area with buy orders, and they're going to try to break even as they're going to try to push the market a little bit high. So big bar is bull bar. Market may at the open go up and test the highs. We might even go further high, but I don't know yet. Right now this is reaction to the news. So it's been 15 minutes so far. Better to wait for the open. Okay, so can we get a full rejection? I don't think so. I think we're gonna try to come down a little bit, maybe to this high. We are, okay, moving averages going, so we're probably gonna bounce. We might come down again, and then I'm gonna try to look to buy that. Okay, so this area right here. We might actually pull into this area, okay, before even buyers show up. So bulls are buying at the 50%. We are right at the 50%. We might come down a little bit more. Then we're probably going to buy and go back up high. Now we could get a double top. We could get a lower high double top, or we're going to start to get bull bars and we're going to go higher. We might even reach this prior high and break above it, but they have to show up now. Okay, so I'm not going to buy anything. I'm just going to wait for market to open. This is done. I'm going to remove these. Now I'm going to keep this resistance, but it really is no longer an interest, and it's coming from here. Okay, so it's trapped, but it is basically, it sounds out, will most likely to reach this area once again before selling. So I would assume market is going to try to get back up to that high. So this area, we might get a swing low. Okay, that's what the bears want. So we're going to get a reaction at the open. But let's talk about the weekly and the daily chart. So the weekly is, we know that we are way above this trend line. We actually closed above, not above, right at the trend line. Now we're above it. Bulls want to test the February high and then eventually get back up to here. But this is the ultimate target. So we're not going to get there quickly because this is the weekly chart. Remember, bears want a double top, but they might allow bulls to actually take the market higher. So you got a big leg, second leg, and a third leg. Generally, the size of the third leg is the size of the first leg. Okay, so it's similar in nature. So it's 608 points. Yeah, so that would get us right around here. Generally, the second leg is shallow. So that tells me market wants to not only go to the March 2nd high, it wants to go continue. Now, on the daily okay, this is weird. What's going on here? Oh, here we go. I needed to update it. Anyway, so here, I'm gonna show you a much bigger picture, but I want to talk about this a little bit. You can see that market the day before we went up, right? So we closed. That was Friday, and this is I'm sorry, Monday, Tuesday. So yesterday is weird because we were bullish the first pretty much all day, and then we ended up coming down just about 50% of yesterday. So that ended up closing as a doji. Now this could get continuation. Okay, we are going to open already up somewhere here. 4160 area we went already up to way above this April 4th. Okay, so highs. We went to 4180. So we went above it. We came down. We might continue to go higher. Okay, so if we do continue to go higher, we know where the market is trying to go. It's trying to make that third push up and then trap the bulls up there and wants to come down. Now the bears wanted to come down eventually these bars were pointing down below, and they want to come down to the March 22nd high. Bulls are trying to prevent that, because if they do come down, that means they're selling up here. Why is that? We were discussing this yesterday after hours. I noticed that some of the traders, I think the new traders, they don't understand why market comes down to a certain point. The answer is very simple, and it's right in front of you. Okay, so whether you're on a 2-minute chart, 1-minute chart, 5-minute chart, 60-minute chart, whatever you are on, or tick chart, okay, you have to look at the chart and look for evidence where the previous sellers were on the chart. Now look at March 6th, look at March 22nd, right? So they moved the market several legs down. Even this is a 2 legs down, but they are trapped. So the bears who were actually selling trapped, that's the most important evidence. They were selling strong, but they ended up getting trapped with the second leg. So they're upset. What are they going to do? They're going to wait for certain highs to be tested, and they're going to look for resistance, maybe a sell zone is, or aka supply zone, and they're going to try to sell there. So these guys who sold here, trap here, they're going to sell here because they want market to come down to here so they can break even. Even they want to actually breach. So they may not be done selling, but they're not getting traction, okay? So they're trying to decide what to do here. If market continues to go high, they're probably going to sell again because what they see here is an inner structure of a wedge. So they want to sell that, and they want to bring it down to here, to neckline, sell more, pull back, bear flag, and they want to bring it all the way down here, eventually down here. So we are in a trading range. Look at the bigger picture. We're in a trading range. As we get to the high, the upper level of the trading range, market stalls. Now we're not all the way up, but look where we are, right? So again, strong selling, right? And the market reversed. So everybody who is disappointed and sold, they're going to sell again, and they're going to try to bring the market as much as low so they can still make money. In fact, look how much the market came down, right? So those guys had a little bit of loss, but that to me, it's successful, okay, getting your money back. But that created a huge trading range. So now we're testing the high of the trading range. There's something subtle signals here that I want to show that this could end up becoming a squeeze. Okay, so you can see higher low is higher low, higher low is higher high. Now, as the EMA comes, okay, so what do you see here? We're making higher lows, higher lows. We might go up, break. We could have a dip, okay, deep pullback, right? And then we could start to buy again. That buying could actually take out all of these stops that these bears have and squeeze them out the market, and then we could get a huge breakout. This right here is my target. How did I find that? Just like how I found this target, which was very accurate, we are still oscillating around that target. Market is trying to make a decision. If we sell, we're going to come back down, most likely, not only the March 22nd high, probably the March 24th, or what is this date? March 28th is, hold on, let me check. March 28th. Yeah, March 28th, Tuesday. So the March 28th or March 27th lows is we might come back, and then we could go, once we break this old target line, we end up going higher. So bears are deciding here, do we get out now? It's because this is bullish enough, it's trying to go higher, and because bulls see breakout targets, or is this good enough? Can we get a strong second sell signal on this daily chart? Means they have to actually sell. Remember, we also have FOMC minutes this afternoon coming up. It's not like a FOMC, but it can be as strong as FOMC. So this is a neckline here. Bears want a double top neckline. Okay, so they want a double top neckline, go up, trap, come down, break, go up, create a bear flag, come all the way down, maybe with a couple of legs, right? So if this area is a buy zone, strong support because bulls were able to have 1, 2, 3 legs. So most likely we might bounce there, okay, and go right back up again. So we'll see how this day goes. If today is we cannot find the bulls and break out and go higher, bears might use this as an opportunity and sell. But I think the bulls are going to try to push harder because they might be actually in the works making of a bull flag on the 5-minute chart or the 15-minute chart. But the bigger picture, I want to show you how I found this, just like how I found this target. I loaded about 500 days of data. Now you can see that we had a wedge here, in fact, a nested wedge. But I'm more interested in this complex impulse pullbacks, another complex, impulse, second leg down, second pullback, second correction, and a third leg down. So I connected, please pay attention, I connected the starting of that correction with the end of the second correction, first correction, second correction, before the last leg, okay? And I drew a projected line. This is your first target, the horizontal line. This is your second target. So market could get up here, okay, break, come back down, use it as support, and go up here. But we're going to get rejection there. We might come back down, look for support. If the bulls are really in it to win it, they can get us up here. But this is, again, a daily chart. That could take a long time. Along the way, bears still want some kind of a double top here, sell, so they can get back below this trend line. Or if they fail, they want the double top somewhere around here. They sure don't want this high or that high to be taken out, because if they do, bears will believe that the selling is done. This bear channel, broad channel, is now squeezing out. It's no longer effective, so they will finally exit out. And when those bears exit out, they can create frenzy and accelerate reaching this projected target. But again, before we get there, we have quite a bit of hurdle. This is all resistance, and they're watching. The bears are watching to see if this push could give us even a double top there, and then perfect to come down here, because we do have an expanding triangle. Okay, expanding triangle, say that way, or maybe right there, expanding triangle. Apex is right there. If we break this apex, we could sell and take out the October 13 low. Remember, it's expanding triangles, whether on a daily chart or any chart, okay, any time frame, is basically a trading range. And you can see the trading range clearly, which gives us a measured move targets, okay? So that's what the bears want. They want their measured move target, okay, roughly. And that expanding triangle could bring us down to that measured move target. I'm going to measure maybe there or maybe here. You see how it actually converges right here. So that means this is a very critical area here. The bears are deciding what to do, and bulls want to prevent it from, and bulls also have a measured move target as well. They just need to accelerate and start to close really strong bull days. And if they get that, you know, they can bring us all the way up here, which is kind of similar, which is kind of closer to that target, as you can see, okay? So, you know, that's why this area is very critical. Now, so we're at the high of this trading range. We're stalling. I don't see strong bull breakouts yet, because bulls know that this area is the top of the trading range. And as they take profit there, they stall the market. But if they don't see any bearishness, okay, they might end up buying if they see strong bull days. But we'll see how this goes. I do have a big target there, but if bulls fail, we have an expanding triangle target, also a measured move target for bears, but there's quite a bit of sideways action we might get. Okay, so what happened yesterday? Well, it was all in front of you. I kind of warned you guys, right? So on Monday, and I'm going to talk about that. I gave you the levels. Is all you have to do, clone this chart, pay extra attention to where we are on the daily chart. I'm sorry, the hourly chart, right? So I'm going to talk about that a little bit. It's because you're looking at a, ETA chart, Manja. I'm not looking at an ETA chart. My daily chart is RTH. I can see that we already, I did say that we went above, as I was looking at another chart. I did say that we were above that level. But on the daily chart, you're not seeing that, but you will see it later once the market opens up. Now, I want to talk about this. Is on Monday, I said it's important, okay, that this level, okay, and happens to be right in that sell area, sell zone, we're going to visit that. We're going to see that. Okay, so market ended up going there, right? We found support at the 50% of last week's range, and I knew we were going to get there. It's also a spike pullback channel, and if we start to come down, what are we going to test? Well, we're already testing, okay, that pullback. Now, we're not testing the pullback thoroughly. So what can go wrong here? If we do come down, we might come down, maybe make a double bottom, and then we're probably going to try to get back up, okay, to that high. Anytime we have bullishness, market does a deep pullback, and it traps the bears underneath these moving averages, especially if there's some kind of a support there. It could trap and then go higher, might even actually break above it and get back up to that high. Okay, so how can it fail? Well, how can it fail? Well, let's talk about that. We're going to leg 1 pull back, leg 2 pull back. If we make that push, or if we fail to make that high, but we make a push maybe somewhere there and then start to come down, look for that channel to be broken, channel line to be broken, and then strong bear bars breaking that support, which gives you a measured move target to the downside that could bring us down here. Okay, so if we break that, then we could come down, but that means that could create a head and shoulders pattern. Left shoulder is, right now we have head, or left shoulder, another left shoulder. We could go like that, come back, right, break that channel, aka neckline, go back up, make a lower high, okay, and then break it down, come into this area. There will be buyers. There is a double bottom. We might even breach this area before going back up. Okay, so I'm also watching that, but right now we have a flag pattern on the hourly. This is a flag. Okay, so flags are traditional flags. Okay, sometimes it takes out that low, sometimes it doesn't, but either way it is a flag, right? So you are looking for a wedge. Okay, so second flag, I call it a bull flat. It's a flat channel. You're looking for a double bottom breakout and then go. Third one has 2 variations. So this is 1, this is 2, and the third one has 2 variations, right? So that would be, let's see, spike. Although wait, I am wrong with that. Well, let's see this. Third one has, here's the variation, spike, and it goes like that. Okay, so channel, you look for a pullback, mark that, and then you look for this and this. Okay, finally trap, comes down, and then you look for again further up. Oh yeah, so this is the 3A. Sorry, the coffee hasn't kicked in yet. So here's the 3B. It's actually expanding, okay, triangle. This might even come down like this and then goes down. Expanding triangle. Traps and then goes higher. Okay, so expanding triangle is the second variation of the third main variation. Okay, so what you're seeing here is a spike, pullback, and channel. So market wants to come here to see if it can get a double bottom, perhaps, and then go again one more time higher. Now, it may not come down here. We could just come down a little bit and then go higher and take out this high. We also have a left shoulder, head, and inverse right shoulder. Okay, market is in some kind of perhaps a measured move target breakout. See, this could just be a pullback. Right now we're at 41.57, so we are up here already. Okay, we did come down. Now we're up here. We could end up going up to that target. So we're gonna have to get above this high, and then we have to continue. This will be my target. Then I'm going to look for rejection from there. So bulls might be in a measured move, price action. Let's see how the open reacts. Right now on the 5-minute, we are making a bull flag, which is this. It's the first variation we talked about. We're making a wedge. Okay. And you can see it right here, but let's take a look. See it right there. Okay, 1, pull back. 2, pull back. This is the third push. Okay, so it's literally beautiful flag. It's almost like this. You know how the flag waves in the wind? I'm not joking. Basically, that's exactly what it is. That's why it's called flag. Okay, so that's your wave, and you get a nice double bottom, okay, at the EMA. Okay, so let's see if this is going to hold. And if it holds, we could go right back up to this high right there, which is 41.68. But we need to see some big bull bars closing strong before buying. Some machines were already buying at the EMA, okay, so with a very small risk, just to see if they can get in early. But if you're buying, your stop is actually here. But remember what I said. Anybody who's stuck up here, you can see how stuck they are. Look, they're stuck. So what are you going to do? If you're stuck here, and if you measure this, if you buy here, that's the 50%. If this holds and you get a big bull bar, right? Measure that again. Where's your midpoint? Is somewhere here. This is their break even. So these bulls want market to at least get up here. If it's not going to go higher to where they originally got stuck, they want market to get up here. And in fact, it might be even here, because that's the first bar that they already bought. They want market to get up here. Now watch. First bar started to print. They need a bull bar. They're not happy what's happening here because they bought, but they have come very, very close. See how they gotten close by buying this bar one tick above? If they loaded up with several contracts, they already exited out. They're hoping other bulls are not happy, but they're also waiting for the third leg to be down and a bull bar. If they don't see it, they will not buy it. They might end up buying down below. So this area is important. Market wants, bulls want still price to get up here. So other bulls machines, when I say other bulls, I mean the machines, they're counting the legs and they're not ready to buy because they don't see a strong signal bar to buy. This was the first attempt and didn't go anywhere. But many machines already loaded up here, exited out. So others will wait for the third leg down. Now yesterday, Al Brooks navigated us from this mess, and before he left, he actually advised us that market is going to go and test the Globex high. And most likely, it will break out from the Globex high. Now, yesterday, this was the Globex high, right? So 5:45 a.m. And then we did actually just went above that. See, 49, 51.75. So it's a 2 3/4. We went above that. Okay. No, actually 49. It's 51 said. Yeah, 2 3/4. We went up, and then we trapped the bulls and came down. But that was that breakout that he was talking about. Okay, so here is the range, today's range. It's pretty large. So here we are at the 50% almost at this today's range. Here's your third leg. Leg 1, pull back. Leg 2, pull back. Leg 3. Okay. So if you listened yesterday, okay, this is where we were. That was day before. So that was me trading here. And I said on Monday, I said, be careful. Okay, so I said, if the bears take out the bar 1 low with a bear bar, they're going to bring the market down to these lows, maybe even lower. But if they cannot do that, this could still reverse. That bar 1 low and high is very important. we have been above it. Many bears are selling these highs because they're stuck. They might have sold and stuck. They're selling and selling, and they're hoping. Now, this is basically them getting out and not able to close below bar 1. And notice what just happened here. They also could not close where the bar 1 closed. Look, bar 32 tested that. Some bears sold bar 1, but they were able to get the market down here, but no bear bar closing. And then you get the bull bars showing up. Limit order bulls are entering the market. Look at that. Beautiful. I ended up buying that in the afternoon. I said, I'm going to buy it. I'm going to put my stop below either 32 or bar 2, and I'm going to look for this high to test it. We get a really nice measured move target, and the bulls actually took us to that high. Next day, L. Brooks said to us, it's going to go sideways. It's probably going to sell eventually, but it's going to go, okay, and test the Globex side. We were in a 2-day, okay, 2-day long bull channel. Okay, so you have yesterday in the afternoon, Brad took over, and he was explaining to us that we are in a channel here, bull channel, just like yesterday with deep pullbacks, but it's buying. So how do you know it's buying? How do you know not to sell this, prematurely? Well, it's right in front of you. Are the bears able to actually get a second leg breakout below the EMA? No, they're not. They're not able to do so. Every time they test the EMA, at the EMA or below the EMA, they're getting trapped. And look at the bull bars. 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 Look at this bull bar. Look at that bull bar. They keep pushing. They're going to keep repeating the same thing over and over again. Finally, they come up here. So we get a double top, okay? And we have a nice neckline this time. More bulls are buying, but now they even bought here. Look at this bar. This bar is bar 69 is as large as bar 28, right? So, but look how many bars, more than 20 bars past 40 bars, almost 50 bars, okay? So basically think of this as a trending trading range. When a market prints more than 40 to 50 bars or close to approximately 50 bars, you're going to get a big breakout, okay? So it's going to break out, but it might also fail because it's losing momentum. So that breakout may not be to the upside, okay? So it might be to the downside because bulls are losing momentum here. So what did we do? I looked at the bigger picture, I squeezed the chart, and I saw impulse, correction, just like I did it on the weekly and daily chart. Impulse, correction, first correction starting point, connect to the second correction's ending point, and I have a bear projected line. And I sold this. Now, how did I decide selling this? I got this question several times yesterday after hours, and I explained to people I was already looking for these bears to get stuck up here. Now, if the bulls were going to buy this, okay, so bar 72, okay, could have been a big bull bar closing up here completely rejected. Bar 70 is a sell signal bar, so I had to watch myself. So wait a minute. This is where bulls are going to get trapped here, okay? So unless bar 72 closes bullish, then everyone's going to buy it and look for a breakout. Bar 72 did not close bullish. It closed undecided. Okay, so I'm still holding. I don't want to buy this. It's not a bull bar. I also don't want to sell it. It's not ideal because it's not a continuation bear bar. Then the bar 73 happened. This right here is that big straw, small straw, another big straw, limit order sellers. I'm looking for a bear bar. If I see a bear bar closing, I'm going to sell it. Big straw, small straw, a little bit bigger straw, started to sell above 72. Those are limit order sellers jumping. And I have an ideal condition, 73 close. I stick my short order right underneath 73. 74, I sold more. Okay, I sold more. And I said, I'm going to scalp here most of my contracts, and I'm going to leave a runner all the way to bar 16. If I'm lucky, I'll get it. And then I said, okay, I'm getting nervous because market is about to close, okay, around, yeah, it did close. Bell rang right around here before it touched it. I said, I think I'm getting nervous. I don't think we're going to get here, so I'm going to exit out with my runner right there. That was an amazing run. So we now gapped up, no longer interested in this. Okay, so we now gapped up. We have a bull flag on a higher time frame. And look where we just opened up. I said we're probably going to go to that high, and most likely this is a trap zone. Bears are going to try to trap the bulls around here, but we might reach there if they fail to trap us. But this is where I'm going to be looking for some kind of a pullback. Okay, so bar 1 at the highs, above high of yesterday. What do you do? How do you find your average price in a situation like this? This is a question for you guys online. How do you find your average price by looking at this? You should know this. You guys are Elbrook students, and I've repeated this many, many times. What does L say? If you are scared to buy too high, where do you think the machine's looking to buy? No, not the MM gap. Well, maybe, but that's not the answer. How many bars? Yes, Lawrence, thank you. That's it. 20 bars back. So I have 2 bars here and 18 bars here. So my approximate, right? So I'm going to use the channel tool to find my average price, right? This is the average price. So it's before the EMA. Now, there are sellers here. They sold very strong, and those sellers are upset. So they want the market to come down here to the 71 high. So that's where they're going to try to do it. If the market gets 2 consecutive bear bars at the open, one of them stronger than the other one closing on its low, it might get some kind of a trend set up. Now, bar 1 is a doji, bar 2 is a doji, but slightly closed below its midpoint. But look at the body, so weak, right? Bulls are upset. They see a wedge here. They want to get back up. Would you sell this? No, I'm not going to sell it. I'm going to look for bulls to bring the price up, try to break even. If that bar closes bearish or the next one, then I might look to sell. We have a micro double top with bar 1 and 2. It's a sign that market might be thinking this is too high to buy. At least bring the market to the last high that they sold and sold strong, or that will be the high of yesterday, is maybe dip a little bit and then buy. So by that time that happens, EMA reaches, okay, and then they're going to try to trap the bears right there. But this is how you find your average price. Machines know that this is where the ideal buyers probably are stacking their buy orders, and they're going to probably let the bears bring the market down. So a little bit of pullback. They're now selling with a second leg down. Okay, so the goal is to get up to here. And I did say that also 41, 51, 75. We might trap the bears underneath at that EMAs. Well, it's kind of getting dangerously impulsive here now. All right, so it's a 3-bar measured move target. Sorry, I'm late to call that, but that's your measured move target. So bears want this. They might accelerate to come down there. But first, this is probably going to bounce a little bit. Look, it's just stopped right there. Why is it stopping? Because it's dipping that area. These bears sold here. They're content. They're happy because they brought the market to exactly where they wanted to, because that's where they're stuck. So they're breaking even. But those bears are not done. Now they see a better target after they take profit here or break even. They're going to try to drive the market probably to 41, 48. But you see how we're bouncing here? Okay, so we are bouncing. We should continue down to 41, 48. See if we can get there. That's the measured move target for bears. strong third leg down for a deep pullback is for that flag, if it's a flag. Trying to find, okay, so we're actually getting very closer to some strong support here, so be careful, everyone. We're getting closer. There's still a little bit more room. Market can continue to come down. We moved underneath high of yesterday. They're trying to close the gap. See those wicks? They need to overlap a body with this bar 71 body in order to close it. This is technically closed, but to me it's not. I need to see a bear body taken out or overlapping with the bar 71 body. Then I could honestly say that the gap is closed. Right now that gap is still open. So there's a little bit more room to the downside before we actually bounce. So that 41.48 is still valid bear target. So you can pay yourself a little bit and hold a runner. So I think there will be buyers here waiting. A little bit more room. Okay, so we now reached support. Bears are going for that 20-point test. We're just about to test the 20-point, and they will take profit. 41.45. Okay, so 44.25 is the 20-point. That's it. That's a 20-point right there. It's gonna bounce. Okay. Just waiting for this bar to close. Can we get 2-to-1? That's it. That's the 2-to-1 target. We're at support. We breached the support a little bit, but this area where buyers were originally. So now, could this be a flag still? It could be. Remember, flags could come all the way down to the pole. Might even breach a little bit before going back up. Okay, so it is bouncing. That is the 2-to-1 target. Looking for a little bit of bounce here. It is bouncing. I want to see a little bit more. Buyers were here, so these are the early buy orders, probably bouncing the body a little bit. There's more to the downside. Bears want to bring it down to close of yesterday, want to close the gap. They closed the gap here. They want to close the gap here, but this should bounce a little bit before going down. So I bought into this, and I want to scalp here. Come on. Just looking for a little bit more. Just a tad more. This is probably going to continue down, but I want to see this pull back a little bit. Okay, so scalped a little bit, buying into this. I don't like that this bar is struggling because it's such a tight bear channel, so it probably wants to continue down a little bit. I did buy and scalp. Well, I did sell and scalp, and then I bought into this, so I wanted to reverse it, and I did, and I scalped it a little bit. Because if you measure this, then how do I exit out? My strategy generally, okay, see that this is the last bar, okay, so I measure that bar, and it gets closer to the 50% of that bar. If I bought down here and reversed it after exiting out, collecting my short target, I reversed it, and I expect market to at least try to get up here, but before it reaches, I start to scalp, okay? And then if depending on how tight the channel is, it's probably going to continue to come down, especially if there's a gap. They're trying to close that gap. So can you explain why you bought? I see all down. Yeah. It's because it reached my 1-to-1 and 2-to-1 target. Now, 1-to-1 target was the 3-bar. Generally, at the open, I look for 3-bar measured move, okay, like this. You can get these. I don't see it in here. Okay, so I don't see it in here. Okay, like there is one right here. You can even use 2-bar, like maybe like that. You see we didn't reach. 3-bar is a lot better setup, but it'll give you a little bit more. There's a 3-bar here. I guess there is one there, but I don't really like that. Generally, I get these 3 bars right at the, like a gap up and at the super high or super low. Okay, market is gapped down or gapped up, way further away from, okay, further away from the EMA. Those are the ones that I look for. So I saw that one right here, and that was 1-to-1. But you want a 2-to-1 always. So that's your 1-to-1. You take profit. We already closed that gap right there. Now we have more gap here, and then I immediately measured, 2-to-1 target. So that's the 2-to-1 target, and that's what I took profit. And I said, you know what? This is going up, and I immediately measured this bar. Since it closed below its midpoint, is probably at the midpoint, sellers are waiting. So I bought into it, and that was great. It just went up, and right before I take profit. Now, if it closes bullish and gets above it, it could be buyers could be waiting above a bull bar with a nice full body. I don't see that yet. This bar is struggling. It's an inside bar. You got an outside, inside. There might be sellers above that bar wanting to sell, is get another leg down. If this bar's body was strongly bullish, meaning almost the size of its wick, equal size, I might have bought it. But look what it's doing. It's trying to close the bar right above that 50% of this bar 4's range. Notice now that body is getting stronger, but it is still a bar, okay, that many bears will probably wanting to sell the close or above and bring the price back down here. But there will be also buyers buying above that bar. Now, I like to see bears sell that bar. In fact, this bar to close somewhere down here, bring the market down, and I like to look for a second entry long. So I'm not going to touch this bar, but we do have a flag here, okay? So I'm going to wait for 5 minutes, okay, this bar to close on the 15-minute chart, see if bulls can show me some strong, okay, bull bars. So if you didn't take profit here, look how much you end up actually making right there. Okay, so if you took profit and you see that it's going up, you're actually buying into a very small risk, right? How much it went. Buyers did buy above it. Now I didn't buy it, but I'm talking. But if I was talking, I would have made a split-second decision. Probably put a buy stop order. Go for 2 points at least. ATR is really strong. It's probably going to give you 3.5 points or 3 points. So if you actually measure here, that's a 2 point. They're probably trying to get half the ATR. 3 points, 325. I'm going to mark 3 points, see if they can actually get to the 3 points. But normally you would want to scalp 2 points and leave a runner. See if it gives you that half ATR. Okay. So the reason why we're stalling here momentarily with that body, it's because machines are always scalping that 2 point. Okay. It used to be a 1 point. S&P's scalping profit, traders profit used to be 1 point. It's now minimum 2 points. So now is ATR 688, roll it down to 675, 6 points and 3/4. So 3/4 divided 125. So it's like basically 3 points and a quarter. Okay, so they're trying to get a 3 points and a quarter. Bulls are trying to reach there. They might, but at this point they're in their runner. But these bears, if you measure the entire range, they're at the 50%. So bulls know that, and they might actually take profit. There are sellers there. If sellers couldn't sell above the strong bull bar, when a body closes like this, okay, some bears will sell. But some bulls also see that as this is too strong, probably stop order bulls wanting to buy it, and they're going to go for a scalp. Why don't we just wait? Then you measure the entire leg, find a midpoint, and you put your sell order there. Okay, that's after the 2-point initial scalp anyway. So now ATR is 7.2. This is coming down. I'm no longer interested. Okay, so now the limit sellers are selling. They want this to continue down. Bulls are going to wait for a second entry long. So yeah. I didn't buy, I didn't sell. Now, if I weren't talking, I would have probably gone for that 2-point, and it would have been lucrative. If I wanted to sell, I would probably have waited for this 50% test. Or another way, look at this open. Look at sell the close open. Okay, so right there. So where is your resistance? From the high of that wick to the low of this wick is resistance. Probably when it gets there, they're going to try to sell for the second time. Okay, so this is resistance. You can also lace this area starting from high, starting from 50%. Maybe here you would have 3 contracts. 2 of them would be activated. This, okay, you would cancel out. So now you're in with 2 contracts, selling with limit order. Okay, market came down 3 points, right? So you can take 2 points, 1 contract off, scalp, and leave the runner, see if it comes down to these levels. If it doesn't, you already banked 2 points there if you wanted to scalp. You have an outside inside. Bulls probably trying to, and they will, try to trap the bears right here around 41, 46, 75. Midpoint of this outside bar. If we get a bear bar closing below that, okay, 41, 46, 75, I'm going to get rid of this now. We're at the average price. You see how the bulls showed up at the average price? Okay, I no longer need this. Plus, this is news bar. Bar 7 is some kind of news. Will be released. I haven't looked at it. So we have I think the oil is scheduled 10:30. Atlanta Fed business inflation expectation 10. So this is news right here, bar 7. Okay, so 10:30 oil coming up. Oil inventories. And then noon, Mary Daly is going to speak, so Fed member. And then the 2 o'clock FOMC. And then 2 o'clock is also Treasury statement. So it's a double whammer. So you guys got to be careful around 2. So there you go. That is sell underneath bar 6 if you haven't sold. And they're probably going to grab a 2 points there. And they're going to want to try to close this gap. Let's see if they can actually now come down. It's trying to swing down. So there's a little bit of room. I think the market is trying to close this gap, but they need to tag the close of yesterday. So if you sold here, now where's your target? Get rid of this. Okay. Okay, so there's no breakout from this mother bar's range. Okay, not yet anyhow. I said bulls are probably going to want to trap right at the midpoint, but they couldn't. Now they're going to try to trap these bears selling at the low of bar 4. This could still sell. This could still sell and come down into this area, okay, before bouncing. This is news. I try to stay out of the news bars because they go up and down quickly. It can change direction very quickly. So I've done nothing. Now, what do you guys notice here? This is the midpoint of this outside bar, okay? I don't have a bear bar. People sold underneath 6, ATR 7. They're going to go for probably half the ATR, but your job is to grab that 2 points first. Half the ATR is 3.5. Look, 3.5 they get. In order to get the 3.5, it has to go 375. Right below bar 6, they got it, half the ATR. Initial scalp is 2 points, right? S&P's traders profit. So what happened? Why is this going up? For one, if you put that line there, I said 46.50, 46.75, right? Is there any bear bar closing below that? No. So this is kind of a trap that the bulls are trying to trap the bears successfully, and they have done so. It only came down this much because it's news, so it has to throw you out of your comfort zone. But one thing that is assuring for bulls is that there is no bull bar below that level. So that makes it actually very cool, okay, and giving you a signal that now they're trying to go and test the high right there, and then sellers are waiting right here, a little bit above to down below, upper 1/3, and a little bit above of the outside bars high. So they're going to try to trap the bulls, and they're going to try to prevent them for tagging this line. But ATR is big, 7.9, almost 8 points. It's 7 points and 3/4. Bulls they're going to try to reach here very quickly. But you see, we just tagged that trap zone, and it's fresh, never been tagged before, except bar 6 tagged it, but they're trying. Bulls are going to probably try to tag here. So if this bar closes 1 tick above bar 4, that'll be a solid breakout. Okay, so but the body needs to close 1 tick above the outside bar. Then you get a breakout. That means bulls are probably going to buy, and they're going to try to get up to here. Okay, so we have a double bottom is from underneath the EMA. We also have a double bottom. Okay, so on the Globex, and the market was going up here, kind of got sidetracked and ended up coming down because of 5-minute chart was gapped up and couldn't get any bull bars, no agreement to go higher. So the market was looking for an average price to buy. We reached the average price. We couldn't close a consecutive 2 bear bars underneath. Are we still always in long? Well, yes, we are. So bulls now need to close a bar. We did not break out from the outside bars range, so we're still going sideways. But we are showing signs that the bulls want to get back up here. But this is still dangerous. It can still come down here because this is the trap zone. I want to see, and it's a small trading range. When you see big bars like this failing to closing above an outside bar, they close a bull bar, and if it's right around at the high of that outside bar, basically machines will immediately sell the close, sell at the high. They're going to sell, and they're going to try to get a 2-point minimum and a lot more than that. Now, if they get their 2-point, but they cannot find no more sellers, and this body suddenly closes up, then we're going to get a breakout, and this is your minimal target. However, at the close or closer to the close, okay, of this bar suddenly closes down here, we're going to get continuation. Right now it's going up because it wants to breach the high of the trap zone and get to the first target, 41.5525. There are probably sellers here. They're going to try to prevent that trap zone high point to be breached because there's still no solid breakout. Wick breakout is not a breakout. Wicks are false breakouts. Where body closes is the most important thing. So you see how there's sellers, limit order sellers. You got to break out bar 3, continuation 4, okay? And then the second leg failed, so the bulls buy it. This is their second entry long. But limit order bears upset here, the trap with the second leg below the EMA, will sell at the first chance where the limit order sellers are. Generally, if you have a breakout bear bar and a continuation, that's where the limit order sellers sit. Okay, breakout, continuation, that's where the limit, that's why we stole there. But the ATR is so big, market is going to reach here. It might reverse back from there, pull back, and give these guys an exit possibly. But right now, no bear will sell this. They try to sell it, they failed. So they're going to get out of the way. That could accelerate and end up going up to that target. But this is no coincidence that we just reached. Look where we reached. Okay? That's no coincidence we're getting trapped, because still trapped. So bears know that. But it's actually a feeble attempt because ATR is so big, market is going to probably reach here. But you should always be in cognizance of this level. And if you are long, say you bought one tick above this bar, regardless it came down, you still have to take profit here. Just scalp a little bit and leave a runner, see if it goes here, and then furthermore up if it accelerates. But know where the traps are. Traps are where the limit order sellers are sitting, okay, at the high of here all the way to the breakout point. They're going to try to sell, and they're going to try to prevent bulls from breaking above this level, because if they do, bulls will take the market up there, possibly up here. That's why we are stalling there. You don't have to use these levels. I'm showing you exact science of it, why it happens. I mean, as you get used to it, you no longer need this. I don't even use it anymore. I know exactly where sellers are sitting. Okay, so anybody who bought above bar 7 they still want continuation. They want to close this gap and test the bar too low. So they're trying to get back up to that target, But this is also 10-point. So bulls are at a 10-point level. That's another reason why we are stalling here. They are taking profit with that upper wick of bar 8. We should test that target. What is it, 55.25? Bulls are going to try to get there. I am long. I want that target. I'm going to scalp that target and see if we can actually break above and continue into 59.50, but I don't know. Right now, the target is that line that I talked about, 51.25, 55.25. I'd like to see a test of that at the least. If they fail to get this shallow target, which is the first breakout target, and if you notice, we don't have that bar 8 did not close a body one tick above outside bar. That's why they're struggling. If we fail, we could quickly come down. I'm scalping already, so I made money here, which is great. So we're testing that. Now, if we close above it, then we get to the next target, which is 59.50. Okay, so I'm not going to measure it because some of you are getting upset when I use these fib levels, but they're not really fib levels. I guess they are because it's the tool that I'm using, but they're the levels that I put together over the years. When I listened to Al for years, he talks about where the limit orders are. I want to know exactly where they are. It could be a 2-point area, 3-point area. It's still, to me, it's not clear to me. I need to see exactly where they are. So there's a tool called Fib. Okay, so if my application is allowing me to use that, I'm going to use it. So all of this is an observation of how Al trades besides point counting, okay, I know exactly, I developed this thing. I know exactly where these guys are going to scalp machines, and it might actually reverse, or they're going to break above it, and it's going to continue into the next scalping zone. So I want to see them clearly, okay? If I cannot see it clearly like the machine see it, half the work is going to be good assessment, but the other half is going to be good luck. Okay, so it's just the luck, and I don't trade with luck. So there's no luck when it comes to trading. Everything has to be calculated, and you have to be absolutely sure that when you open that trade, you're going to make money, at least 2 points scalp. So you just have to know. Okay? So we've tested it. They're trying to close the bar. Next target, if we get that, is going to be possibly 59.50. Market will become bullish if they will start to close above open of the day tick price. Okay, so they're already trying to swing. Buying above 7 is second entry long, and it's an outside up bar, so it's trying to get at least a 5 to 10 points here. So your next target will be, 59.50. How could this fail? Well, if the bulls fail to close a bull bar above 55.25, then we could come back down and pull back to the high of bar 4. So that's the fight here. Plus they're taking profit. I think this is not 10, but this is a lot more. This is 15 point right here. If I measure from this low, just about, so this is a 15-point swing. I need bulls to close a bar somewhere above, even if it's a one tick close. I don't want to see this upper wick. Then we could continue to go to the 19 to 20 point area. Okay, so this is where the machine's taking profit because they moved the market 15 points. That bar failed to close, but that's still buy to close and a good momentum. If the bulls actually fill that wick, upper wick, with a bull body with bar 10, they could still continue to go higher. Okay, so they just need to take out that high of bar 9, then it's a smooth sailing to the open of the day and further up to my target 59.50. So if you're still long, you scalped here at the 15 point, now you have a runner. You paid yourself at the 10 point, you paid yourself at the 15 point, you're looking for a 19 to 20 point area. Or you could say, hey, I bought above this, I'm looking for a 4 or 5 point. Here's your 425. This isn't a coincidence, and this is because it's 425, because market giving you a scalp 425, but the bulls want 525. Anytime we close above 525, expect more than that. So it could get up to maybe even 10 point. But I measure from the pivot levels, but I measure both just to make sure that I'm taking profit in the right place and not going to get trapped. Yeah, I mean, I did say earlier, Zzw, I don't know if you were able to hear me. I said that this is going to pull back, and I pointed out that this area that I marked is the first area, which we came down, briefly pulled back, then we started to continue to sell. So then this area, if you're selling, you still have to take profit, okay? So look, body stopped there. It came down and it stopped there. So this week doesn't matter, okay? So, but when you see a situation like this, what you're going to do, you're going to allow bears, if they're selling, okay, reach the moving averages. This is a 20 EMA, this is weave up, okay? So it reached and then look to trap the sellers underneath or at the EMA and then buy into it, okay? So that's what you're going to do. This is going to come back again. This is going to come back to the EMA, okay? These bears are going to try to sell again, and we might even trap them one more time. So you wait, and that's what I said. I'm going to wait for a market to come to that EMA, perhaps test underneath, and we did, and they trapped it, so it's going back up. Now the sellers are right here, okay? It's trying to reach there. We're going to come back down, and most likely we're going to buy and go up again. And profit taking creates that pullback. And what do you notice? I still don't have a bull body above 55.25. Now you understand why I scalped at 55.25. This generally doesn't happen very often is because ATR is too big, so it's overshooting. Sometimes you get a rejection right at the level. So I don't mess around with that. I just take my profit and I'm done. So I'm waiting for a bull close above that level to go higher. So I have to allow bears to join the profit taking. When does it become a trend? Profit taking can be just profit taking, no bears join. It could end and then it would become a pullback bar and then the bulls can continue higher. In fact, they might. But it becomes a trend and you start to get multiple bear bars. If this bar takes out the prior bar's low, strongly closes bearish, and it's an outside down bar. If it closes on its low, other bears will try to sell it and get a continuation. If that ends up becoming a 4 plus 5 plus 6 points, and a close of a bear bar, then it becomes a trend, and the bears are going to try to sell additional 4 points. But no one's going to try to sell underneath a strong bull bar like bar 9. In fact, other bears, limit bulls, will try to buy there. So some bulls are already buying. Why? We have a breakout bar and a continuation. So this here and right there is a limit order buy area. So selling into this area, bears have to show you that they're strong enough to create a strong, momentum. All right, so they're strong enough to create the outside down bar 10 with a strong bear body. But where is the momentum? So those limit buyers are buying. Notice how I said it's a breakout bar, follow through bar. So another breakout there. So in this area is a buy zone. I am not going to sell into it, right? I'm not going to sell into it. That's how you filter your trades. If you're going to sell, then wait for momentum. Wait for this bar to close bearish. Then it could bring us down to here, okay? But right now, if I sell this just because this is an outside down bar, I could be in trouble. Remember, this is an inside, outside, inside. If the bar 11 closes on its side, that becomes a breakout mode for bulls. So you do not want to be stuck in that. However, I will measure this bar from the pivot level. That's a 7 point. Where did the body close? That's more important. Okay, so the bears close the body right at the 6 point. That's good for them. But if this now gets above, I'm not interested in. 6 point is a sign that the bears are able to move the market. But if they cannot get continuation, they're not going to get to the 10 point. So the bull trend resumes. This becomes the target. That was always the target. So, all right, so I'm going to see if the bulls can push that. They took out the bar 10 high. That's a good sign. But they need to accelerate and give me that target, 59.50. 20-point bulls, that's also 59.50, but that's really 60.50 I think, might be even 60.75. So bulls are trying to get to the 60.75 to 50.75 area. I'm going to try to scalp the 50.50, see if I can get it. It is resistance on the Globex. That's the upward channel line. Bulls are trying to break above it. The hourly bar pushed the body because it's trying to reach. It was trying to go up here at the open, but it was just too high. It needed buyers. So I like to see bulls actually push that 41.63, which happens to be 41.64 happens to be the one-to-one bullish breakout target for outside up bar. So bulls need to close this bar at least on its midpoint or higher to continue. Again, I don't have a bull close. So now I'm in trouble. I'm not making money here. So I thought they would reach open of the day. They failed. They didn't really tag. I'm going to wait for this bar to close. I can always buy down below and fix it, or I can fix it right now, but I'm not going to rush it. So I'm going to wait. Anybody who sold at the close of bar 10 might be selling up here to break even. So this bar coming down could be just a break even for these bears. Okay. that they hopped in because they saw a 6-point close. They wanted to get the market to 10-point. They're disappointed. So as this bar goes up, they're selling, and they're at their break even as this body is hovering right at the break even point. But if the moment this bar closes 55.25 and above in 20-19 seconds, we could still get back up here. If it fails, I'm going to exit out. I'm not going to bother. So I just have to be patient here. All right, so it failed. So the bears are still trying to bring the market down to the 6-10 point. They have to close a bar right there. Their 10 point is right here. They might, as early as right here, could take profit. Okay, so right there, or they're going to try to now come down. So that's a bummer. That's the second time bulls failed, and they failed closing above one time, maybe in the third time. So, but I'm going to count from 10, failed, failed. So what do you do here? Well, that's the second leg down. You have to wait. If you're stuck, you have to wait. You either unload a contract, okay? You can unload a contract, and then, hold on a minute. What you do is you wait, okay? With a smaller risk, if it goes against you, then you look to buy into the profit taking, and then you can somewhere in the middle exit out. Or you just exit out, reverse it, and make your money as it goes to the 10 point. So it actually reached. So what happened there? Well, I got stuck. Immediately, I unloaded one contract. I kept another contract, and I put a buy order here. As price gets here, it's pushing up, so I'm breaking even now. As soon as it closed there, I'm disappointed. Okay, so I got stuck up here with two contracts because I was hoping that we would get up here. So that's good, we're going to go up. So what happened there? Disappointed. You're going to always be disappointed. Immediately, I canceled, just exited out of one contract, took a loss, and I let this come down. I had buy order. As this went up, I minimized the losses, and at one point it came up here, so I got my break even. You just have to think quick, measure quick. It's still bouncing. See, everybody's doing the same thing. They know this is going up, so they're expecting to break even. We are in a trading range. This is the first hour ending. Okay, so we still have on the ETA chart some kind of a bull flag. Market is still trying to go to the 20 point. Now, what happened here? Can I still count from here? Well, the bears reached, okay, their 9 point. See, they actually went 950, so they got their reward. They're just trying to get to the 10 point and turn this into a really strong bear bar. But this is kind of a second leg down, okay? So if they get trapped here at the EMA, these bulls are stuck up here. They're still buying and pushing the price higher. We could still go higher. We just need a bar that closes above. Now, why here? What's the significance of that level? That is probably the midpoint. Not necessarily. It's almost the midpoint. But look where we are. We are above the midpoint of the outside up bar, which is the mother bar. So we're still bullish. See now, I'm in my other contract is making money. As soon as we get above 55.25, I'll be back to green, making even more money. I still think that the market might be trying to get to the 59.75 at the minimum to 60.75. So either 59.50 you're going to scalp, or 59.75, or you're going to hold it until 60.75. Okay, you cannot be panicking. Okay, market is going up. The direction is up. We trapped the bears here. We're in a second leg. This could end up becoming that Walmart trade that we talk about. It's a swing. So we're now back. This is if you actually measure the entire range, Look where we are. We're at the 50%. Bulls want to close a bar above 55.25 and get up here, take out this micro double top. That's an unfinished business, which is an auction that has not finished. So what the bulls want, they want to test one tick above that, and their goal is to get up there. Okay, so that's what they're struggling here. They need a bar that closes above 55.25. Okay, so it's, I believe, so let's see if the bulls can do this. I still want to see 59.50 tested. See, I'm worried about this high, but once we get above open of the day, we'll become more bullish. Some machines will scalp to 58.25. I think the news came out. What kind of news is this? Oh yeah, it's 10:30. Okay, so the oil came out. So this bar might be reacting. Sometimes S&P reacts the oil inventory news. See, there's nothing. Again, failing. Failed again. So I am done now. Now I'm going to exit. If I see a bull bar, I'll buy it. But at this point, this is 1, 2, 3, 4 fail. Okay, 4 time bulls failing. I'm done. I'm out. So if this now creates some kind of a bear flag here, and that's what it's trying to do, it can come down here and I don't want to be in it. But if I see a bull bar, I'll jump again. But with this, I'm not interested. Okay, so limit bulls, they try to push the market high, failed. They try to push the market high, they're failing. So we're in a trading range, limit order market here, and probably buyers will buy the close of this bar if it closes down here. Bearish because you're in a limit order, okay? But at this point, I'm out. I don't care about that runner anymore. Going to the 59.50, it's just too much. I can always jump in if I see another bull bar, but at this point, it's gonna have to do better. Like they have to close this bar, either in, okay, so this is the last half of the 5-minute bar, or the second half. If they can close the bar on its side, I'll jump in again. We're probably going to test the 60.75. But if they fail here and this bar closes, it could present bears wanting to sell this, because what they see is up on this, down on this, up on this, down on this, up and lower high wedge bear flag, and they want to sell it. So depending on where it closes and how it closes, I might jump in again, but at this point I'm not going to hold on to it. Hold on to it. I use 4. I look back 4 bars. Yeah. See, I'm glad I got out. I did not like it at all. It's sometimes you have to make decisions because it's a trading range. We're at the high of the trading range, and that 55.25 have become a strong resistance level, and they fail. So am I interested in this? No more. What am I interested in at this point? I am interested in the test of this low. Okay, so I want to see is bar 4 lows tested. So I am interested in 41.44 test. Let's see if they can. Maybe even 38.50 is. I want to see 38.75, 41, 41.44, 41.38.75, or 38.50 is. Let's see if they can test. Or I want to see this area tested 41. What is it? 41.40, 41. I want to see continuation down to the bar 4 lows. Let's see if they can. Is possibly even bears are getting a 10-point scalp here. Okay, so this is a 10-point scalp. That's why this bar is bouncing. But I think they're going to try to push this further down, at least to test the 41. Let's see, 41.42, 41.40 area, 41.42 to 41.40 area. Possible extension to 41.38.50. So I'm going to hold this. I sold now. I sold is under this bar 13. I am expecting bar 4 lows to be tested. I am looking for 39.50 to 38.50 area tested. We're already testing 41.41, but I want to see continuation. Fed Barkin is talking, so the Fed members might be driving this. So I am waiting for market to push this a little bit to 39.50 to 38.50 area. I want bears to breach the bar 1 low and close this gap. I want here. Where am I getting these numbers? One might ask. Same exercise I did for the bulls. They got their shallow target right there. Okay, so now see where we are? We are in the trap zone. Trap zone is right here. But this is my target. We might even come all the way down here. I don't know. But right now I'm interested in 41.40. We haven't really tested that yet, which is a couple of ticks below bar 4. So we should test that. That's my shallow. But really I'm interested in the close of yesterday and the 41.38. All right, I got filled. Good, good. This is good. So the money that I've lost here, I made it back. And then I realized that we are not closing above this 41.55. You see how accurate my levels are? This is because I've studied this behavior. Limit order sellers, where are they? Or how far are they from the actual location? Or limit order buyers. Okay, so I measure that and I see the failure. Then I can exit out instead of sitting and waiting for this target to meet. I can always reverse and make money. So I saw this bar close strongly bearish. I sold underneath and took profit a little bit above this level. They're trying to reach the magnet. Okay, so they're closing the gap already. The next target is, if this body closes below, they're going to try to come down to here. So buyers are probably down at 41.35 area. There's reached a 20 point, okay? So they're going to take profit even if they breach, okay? So they reached a 20 point, 21 point right there. They're taking profits, okay? If they want to continue, remember this was my target from yesterday, my second target. We might actually reach there. Okay, because that would become probably 30-point area, a little bit below. Can we sell this? I don't know. Right now, I took profit at the 20-point zone. I'm very content. I'm looking to see where this body is going to close. If the bears close this body, and I'll tell you right now, below the low of, if that body breaches the low of this current bar, 14, they're going to continue to sell into 41.35, 41.34 area. And I'm going to look for a bounce from there. Okay, so it's still going down. Am I behind? I'm sorry. Let me see. 41.38.25. No, I'm not behind. Maybe I was behind earlier because of the news. But I'm looking at the Thinkorswim data. I think I caught up, Zzw. Would you agree? Or do you guys see that I'm still, do let me know, because sometimes my data connection does fall behind. Okay. Yeah, thanks for letting me know, Zito. Because I'm in a trade, and if I'm behind, I could be reading a wrong data, and that would be deadly for me. So I appreciate that you guys let me know. All right, so the pullback, bears might actually sell the pullback. Okay, so strong breakout bar, 13, it's breaking the structure from 12, and a continuation. Pullback is around somewhere here, and the bears are waiting, limit bears are waiting somewhere around probably 41 area, okay, or to the pullback to the outside bar 4's low. See if they can actually sell there. So ATR is 7. Can they? Fed Barkin is speaking now. Market could sell and continue to come down. Let's see, but we need to get sellers, and I don't see them just yet. This bar is still exceeding. As bullish bar going higher is, we have about 7 3/4 is, I like to see at least a 5 point or 7 point, 5 to 7 point to downside. Let's see if we can get that. We did close the gap, so bulls know that. And the bears failed to close that bar 14 below. So they're upset. So they're going to sell with a limit order here to at least break even somewhere in the middle. So I like to see next bar or the bar after try to sell this a little bit, bring us down to somewhere here. Let's see. So I'm going to wait a little bit. I wanted these sellers at the 41. It just went way up now. So bears will try to sell at least because they're disappointed, because they were hoping market to come down further, maybe to test the 78 low. So they're going to try to sell at least to bring it to somewhere halfway down to break even. If this bar closes below 41, we might have a chance of making 7 to 8 points. So I'm going to take out 7 points. We might get a chance we could go down to 41.35, 36.35 area. See if we can make that happen. Unless ATR goes smaller, then I have to adjust my target. All right, so they are selling. It breached a little bit due to ATR being too high, but they are selling from that 41. Now, if you take out 37 points, that's about 34. This can go down to 35, 34, maybe even 33. So I'm going to try to scalp 36, and I'm going to leave a runner. See if it comes down to 36. See, it came down to the middle point. Some bears are already breaking even. It's making the bar just go up suddenly. Let's see if there are sellers here. If they don't have any sellers and the bar closes above 41, then I'm going to exit out. I'm still selling this. I'm still looking for ATR is still healthy. It's probably going to test the 41, 35, 34, and 33 area. Now, I'm going to pay myself a little bit down below, and I'm going to look for, ATR came down 6, so I have to adjust now. I have to adjust my expectation. So that's ATR is now 650. So 35.50 to 34.50 is, I like to see market to test unless the ATR comes down. So I'm going to hold it until 36. I'm going to scalp 36. 41.36. Let's see if I can get this. I'm still green, and I'm doing fine. I paid myself a little bit earlier because I didn't like the bar 15 close. It should have closed bearish follow through. So now that's why, and the reason why this is happening, it's because some bears are breaking even and they're undecided whether it's gonna continue. I'm still in the bear short, so I am looking for now 41.36 scalp. It might go a little bit further more down, but I'm more interested in, with my runner, 41.36. It came so close, but if this bar closes bullish, I will exit out. Came to 37, but according to my calculations, 36 is average, so I should get that. So let's just be patient. But I don't like the way this bar is going now. We needed a bear bar. So I'm going to wait. I'm going to be patient here. Bear bar. So I'm going to wait. I'm going to be patient here. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to give second chance bears to finish this job. ATR is back to 7. So most likely we will probably going to continue down to 35 and 34 area. So if you're still short, I'd say wait a little bit more. Bears need to try one more time. I pulled my target down to 35.25, but it's probably going to try to tag 34. So the bears are probably going to bring the market to 41.34, but I just need to see what this bar is going to do and how it's going to close. This could be a bear flag still, but they need to trap. See, I don't like the way this is going higher now. I'm going to wait because they're probably sellers. They're going to sell again right here. ATR 725. Limit order bulls entered, but we did not test the magnet. So bears are stuck and they're not happy. So they're going to try to sell, and they're going to give us a second try to bring the market down to 35 or 34 area. I just have to be patient. Unless we take out this bar 15's high, then I'm going to be nervous about it, but still, sellers waiting. Right now, my runner is losing about $12.50. Okay, so ATR came down significantly. I am no longer interested in 35.25 or 35. In fact, that is 40. So it's 5.75 all the way then. Okay, so I am now still interested in 36. Bears might bring us down to, if they can trap the bulls with maybe a double top, I don't know. We need a bear body close. But this is the second try and they kind of failed. And I'm no longer, I don't know, I'm not very happy with this bar now. I need a bear body. If bears want to bring this down to the 36-35 area, now is the time they need to sell, and we need a double top here and a trap. If they failed, I will exit out. I'm still waiting. There's still time for bears to finish the job, but it's 3 bull bars, and especially if bar 17 closes bullish, it could be problematic. But if the bar 17 closes bearish, we're going to continue the course, bearish course down to 36-35 area. So I'm still holding. Scalping is not easy because you sell with a limit order and you're waiting for market to bring you to a certain level, and then you get these two bull bars, it's a sign that limit order bulls enter the market. They want continuation. Bears are not happy, so they're going to try to sell, and they're going to try to bring the market back to here, maybe 37, 38. ATR is still strong. It's about 6.25. So it's 35 to 36 is still the target. So I'm going to hang on to my short and let this bears finish the job for me. If this bar closes bullish, I will exit out. See, they're selling already. They're selling with limit order now, and they're trying to get back to where their target was. ATR is now 650, so 35 is still doable. Market probably going to reach the 35. It might even break out beyond that, but I'm going to scalp 35. In fact, I'm back to 35.25. I'm going to wait for price to reach 35.25, right? One tick above 35, because I know there are bulls waiting to bounce it. So I'm going to let bears finish the job. Again, I'm in my short. I'm going to scalp 35.25 if it gives me. This is where I sit and look pretty and wait for market to finish this. ATR went up, so it might even go to 34, believe it or not, but I'm not interested in that. There is strong triple bottom here, but I'm not interested. This is the magnet. Market is trying to reach the magnet, which is 35.75. I have a target here, which is bar 16 low from yesterday. Is the second target for bears, but I'm in a scalp mode at the moment, so I am committed to take profit. Okay, around 35.25. It will probably try to go beyond to 34 area and then bounce from there, but I don't care about that 1 point. I am committed, and my calculations are correct for scalping. So I'm going to be committed to my goal. I'm back to green again. I have one contract, and it's now $200, $212, $225. It's growing. I like to get a 300, and let's see if I can get that 300 with single contract here. 337. Going once, going twice. Just waiting for my scalp. Hopefully they will give me my money. I got my money. All right, everybody, I scalped. Now it continues down to 35.25. I got it. It's probably going to test the 34.25 or 34 area before bouncing. If you're still holding, then you are a much better trader, and you have stronger guts than me. But there you have it. Also, if you're trading with this mother bar, okay, breakout, look, we're at the second target. Bulls failed to get their second target, but the bears got it. Now, if they close the bar below that, 33.50, they can continue into the measured move target, which is also yesterday's, okay, wedge second target extension, which we failed to get because I had to quit my trade with bar 78 at the magnet because market ran out of time. So now we're finishing that job. Notice? Okay, so what happened on the higher time frame? So the higher time frame is showing us is the channel lows being breached. So what does that mean? Okay, possible expanding triangle going on here. Okay, so market could be trying to reach right there. I do have area marked as support, so I think market is trying to reach right there. Okay, so I'm going to do that a little bit better. Connect those lows. So I think this is where the, if you have a runner still you're holding, that's where it might be trying to reach. It's an expanding triangle. Now, I'm no longer interested in this. Let's get those. Okay. So market is probably going to continue down to here. It might even breach that line and dip somewhere here before bouncing. Okay, so I'm flat. I took my profits. I am content. How you guys doing over there? So this was a good idea, reversing and selling underneath 13 as we saw weakness here. Okay, so you got a nice, also measured move target now. I'm going to do, that's the conservative target right there. Okay, so you can also say, hey, I'm going to take that. Okay, can you take this? Oh yeah, this would be your actual target. There's a double top neckline, but we are resting at the daily trend line. So I'm flat. I want to buy, but I don't know if this is a good idea buying here. I need a good signal bar to buy. We are bouncing. We overbreached, kind of overshot the 34 area. So that's good for the bears, but it's still support. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of this. It's because it's in the same vicinity. This is still the target. We have not reached one-to-one target, so bears might still push this to the 29, 41.29, or low of yesterday. That's not FOMC, Richard. It's just meeting minutes. They're just going to release some statements. I'm sure it will move the market because, you know. So, no, I'm not going to. I will be trading this afternoon, though, but so I will be posting on Discord, but I won't be doing a live session. And no one's scheduled this afternoon. So there's still room to the downside. 29, 28.75. Perhaps this might even all the way come down to the 41.25, 24 area. It is possible that we could push because bears are looking for, you measure from here, 40 points. And the 40 points is around here. It's too low. But yeah, but I want to measure something. How much is this? That's 7, 8. Yeah, I'm going to measure from there. So market wants to come down here, which is a little bit below the measured move target. I think the bears are going to try to continue this a little bit more. So 41.29 is still the target. If we can get that 29, 29, 25, 29, since we are so close. Low of yesterday's magnet is, let's see. Come on, bears, just push this a little bit more. It could go further more down to 41, 25, 26 area. 26, especially 41, 26, but I'm more interested in is this target and a bounce. So I like to see bears continue this a little bit more at least, and then bounce. So was trying to get a micro double bottom here, but I don't think it's okay. It's a really nice bear bar, 18. I like to see continuation. Low of yesterday is right there. And my additional target, the bar 16 low from yesterday, which is low of yesterday, I think. Yeah. low of yesterday. So yeah, that seems like a good target, but it's just struggling here. I'm waiting this target to be tested. Can it continue further down? They're going to have to close a bear bar below low of yesterday. Then 41.26 becomes the target, 26 to 25 area. But buyers are waiting around there, maybe even 24, 41.24 area. This could continue. Okay, so we're meeting my target. Perfect. Now we're also reached my expanding triangle lower trend line and the targets. You see these green lines I put in? That is the support here. It could still continue. There's still room to the downside. So they might actually sell here a little bit more. But I'd be careful here. There's no buy signal bar, so you can't really buy this. Bears are still pushing this into the 40-point target. So that is around 25 to 26 area. But at this point, I did sell a little bit more. I just wanted to see this tagged. I am done now. Now, bulls want a micro double bottom at the low of yesterday, and they want to bounce from here. But I'm not ready. I need to see the signal bar. Otherwise, bears are going to continue to push this down to the 41.26 to 25 area. And they have every right to do so. Then I'm going to look to buy. It might even go a little bit more into the 24, 41.24. Then I'm going to look to buy. But again, I need a good buy signal bar. I don't see it now, so I'm not buying anything. If you're selling, continue to sell. Continue to stay in your short. Well, it was, yes, exactly. So Andrew, KT, you got it right. And there's also measured move target. So the bears want that. But there's also measured move target, conservative measured move target there. Or the breakout, you can take it as early as there if they might be still trying to push into those. There's one thing. Now this I explained, it's because it's a trading range, right? When a bunch of bars are stuck inside another bar and no breakout from the low and the high, they go up and down because it's a trading range, and then they come down. They might come down, okay? And finally, okay, they could break down. If they close a body below the low of that major bar, then I measure that range and I look for strike points, such as those. Anything more than this, you're going for a 2-to-1 target, which is right there. Okay, so they're still pushing into extension area. Is good for the bears. We just reached it, 26 and 25. This is where I would take profit. This is where I would really start to scalp heavily, like heavily. And if you want to still leave a runner, then leave a runner. But soon we're going to bounce. Okay, so we're in a buy zone. Yes, this is a swing, but we will bounce. It's trying to come into the extension. All right, so we did reach the 41.24. I said that's probably buyers will start to show up. And if you do see lower wick bouncing heavily, that's because there are buyers there and the bulls know that, and they will take profit. Okay, so it's also, I said, we'll get rid of this measured move target. If I can take that, we're not there yet, but the first break came from bar 7 low and 14, and we were right there. Look at that. It actually went one tick below to cover everybody's targets. Look, everybody's exit orders. It went one tick below that target. See how I did it? is instead of taking Y, because look at these wicks, look at the gap, there's a gap, and that's the first break. So I took that into consideration. You can still use the entire range is expect continuation. I don't do that. I take what I take and it's there. Now the magnet also, March 6th high, we seem to be oscillating between March 6th and March high and 22nd. So, hold on. This is, I'm not so sure if this is accurate. No longer interested in this. I am, however, 40, that's too far away. I'm not interested in this level. I don't know if market is going to become way too bearish and bring us all the way down here. I doubt it. I think we would end up bouncing here again because there's a huge gap here. See this structural breakout? They're sold there. So if they sold up here, they might want market to come down to here. So this could still continue to come down, but I am done. So I am flat still. I sold a little bit there, got some there, which is great. I want to see a pullback, but there's no buy signal bar yet. Like I said, I need to see a good buy signal bar. Since I didn't see one, that was a good, okay, sell the pullback because it's a breakout and this should come down. You can also say market could actually continue to come down to here. It is possible. So I'm going to leave room to bears, but if I start to see strong bull bars, I will start to buy. There's still a room to 41.1750 area that they can continue to push. Okay, so bulls are trying to get 40 point as I measured earlier. I move these things out of the chart, but you should really they might be seeing this as their target. Or we could come down all the way to here. I'm still looking to buy soon as this continues into the measured move target, 41.2050. All right, so just give this a little bit more room to test the 41.1750. Still no bull bar, so you can't really buy, so let this go. Let this continue to come down. 1850 to 1750 I like to see test, and then I'm going to start to buy small. As I see bull bars, I'm going to keep adding. Okay, so I am waiting these bears to start covering their short soon. It's not ready yet. Okay, so let it come down 2050 to 1750 area. There's a 3 points there. So there's plenty of space for bears to still pushing this down. But get ready. So if you want to front run your target, you can do it somewhere around maybe 2050. Well, that happens to be the measured move target. So you can either take profit there, but there's a little bit more room to the magnet March 6th high. If you're nervous and you start to see lower wicks getting bigger and the bodies are getting smaller, you can exit. But there's no bull bar. So why be scared out of your, trade when there are still bear bars here printing? But it will reverse. So it is up to you. If the lower wick is too large and the bear body becomes very small, or you start to see dojis, then you might exit. But I think it's still premature All right, so let's see. It still has a room to the downside. They're covering their shorts already, but probably sellers here. Okay, so that's a pin bar. You know how we feel about pin bars, right? Body is too small, but short covering started. It began already. It's just a one bar against 4 bear bars. Okay, so but we do have 1 pullback, 2 pullback, 3 legs. Bulls want to bring the market to here eventually. It's not gonna be that easy. So we still haven't met this target yet. So there are bears probably gonna sell above that, and they're gonna push the body of bar 22 to the midpoint of the pin bar, right? So I don't like to buy these pin bars, but it is a sign short covering began. But I don't think the bears are going to be happy with this because it's the first bar against 4 strong bear bars closing, all of them closing on their lows. So market will probably going to come to the 50% area, or it's going to be a minor pullback and we will come back down again. So I'm not buying this. But some buying pressure started, but that buying pressure is basically, it starts as profit taking, but I don't like the way this profit taking bar is. The body is so tiny. It's basically a doji, but it is signaling you that profit taking began. I like to see continuation to downside a little bit more. But that's the reason why I said starting around 41.26.25, you may want to take profit. It might go to 24. It breached a little bit below 24. It actually went about 3 points below. But it is bouncing here, except that I'm not so sure that this is okay yet. Probably sellers here. Breakout bar, 19 low, 20 body. Let's see if we're going to get some rejection here and fail to close a bull body above low of yesterday. So I want to see continuation down. Remember, this is a channel down. The first pullback is minor. It'll probably going to want to come down. Okay, so that's why I didn't buy above 21. If you did buy above 21, it went only 2 points. You would get filled at 26.75. Okay, so you would get filled at 1 tick above bar 21 high. So that is 26.7. It went to 28.75. It's not even 2 solid points. It had to go 1 tick above. But it did give you 2 points there. So I'm not after that 2 points. I'm not interested. This isn't the reversal I'm looking for. And I know when you have a tight channel like this, first pullback is minor. It'll probably going to come back and test the lows again. What if we close above 6 points? Well, ATR is 6, so it's already telling you can easily make a 10 points from here. Okay, so they already are 775. At the minimum, bulls want to test the 9 point. That would give them the minimal scalp. But we don't have a 6 point close yet. We're just testing that. If we fail, we come down. That means bulls fail to create a trend that may not last in a minimal 10 point scalp. So it's not clear yet, Lawrence. Second entry is the best, so Stipe is right. And there's a breakout point here, like I said, underneath bar 18. Sellers waiting there, right? So first defense. Swing bulls, though. What time is it? Okay, so we're around 11:30, right? So it's not 11:30 yet. There's still 10 minutes left for second hour to end. And from this is we can either go sideways and up, right? So we could do that, but probably sellers are waiting. Now, 3 bull bars closing on their highs would create a momentum, and the bulls could buy the pullback and create some kind of a recovery. That could bring us up to either the 20 high or the 19 high, as bears would look for a double top and sell. So these bulls, I don't know what they do. That's on 6. So they're accelerating to get their 10 point. This is nice, but it's just ATR is 5, so 2 times the ATR is 10. I mean, they're getting this target without closing a solid 6 point. But that's still a 10-point swing. I think there's still sellers here. They're going to try to get a double top and sell. So I'd be careful. We still have to pull back. This could, again, become a minor pullback. As many people buy this, it could come down and they could get stuck. Okay? Just be careful. But anybody who bought above here and took a chance, put a stop, they're getting 1-to-1 target. So, right, that's the 1-to-1 target. So they're going for it. But I think there's still sellers here. I don't know, maybe a little bit above. 1-to-1 target is there. I didn't go for this. I didn't buy it. But bulls did reach the 10 point. It's good for them. They have not yet started to take profit, so this is going to come down a little bit. Even if it wants to go, it needs to pull back before going higher. There's a much bigger measured move now. There's a much bigger measured move now. $41.04-ish. 04. So is good bar though. Okay, that's 1-to-1. Is obviously they might go for a 2-to-1. But 10-point bulls have not yet taken any profit here. So don't assume that this is going to go to the next swing level first. So do I regret not buying above is 21? I guess so. I would, to be honest, there was a potential 10 point. I could have gone for it, but I didn't like the way bar 22 closed, so I didn't buy it. I didn't take a chance. So now, plus it's a channel down, so there are probably sellers looking for some kind of a double top. So I'm going to look for a second attempt to buy, as this is resistance here. Some bulls trying to swing this, but I don't know if this is okay. So that's 1-to-1 target. They need to close a bull bar above 32 to get to the 2-to-1 target. Bulls trying to reach here. Okay. This is their target. They're kind of swinging this, but we need to pull back a little bit. I might be inclined to buy it. Now, bears want to reach and test the bar 19 high. That would become a really nice double top. 10-point bulls are still taking profit here. I'd like to see a little bit more continuation to these upside. Ten-point bulls are still taking profit here. I'd like to see a little bit more continuation to these upside. After this profit taking a nice leg, so needs a second leg up to EMA perhaps. This profit taking a nice leg, so needs a second leg up to EMA perhaps. Watch out, top of 19, bar 19, possible double top. Bulls want to get their 15-point swing, which is around 41.35 to 41.36 area. But before then, possible double top. So I expect a pullback here. Oh my gosh, you're so lucky, pips and bits. You have to, I hope you have a way of exiting out on your mobile phone. You have to have some kind of a backup plan or a phone number. All right, so we're about to test the bar 19 high. This is good now, good momentum for bulls. They're trying to get to the EMA, but we might just go and get that 15-point before coming down. We're going to come down. We're going to pull back. But then bulls probably going to try to get more because it's such a good momentum now. Except that probably sellers here. But if you bought it, good for you. I still think that we're going to come down at least a little bit. It's a good short covering so far. There's a gap here that the bulls are trying to close. Now what happened to the double top? They failed. So the double top failed, so the momentum is pushing the market higher, but I need a pullback. So I need a little bit of pullback at least. See if we can get a pullback here. Just a little bit maybe. To 33.25, maybe 33. Maybe a little bit below to bar is 24 open. And see if there are any buyers. 33, 41.33, 41.32 area. Let's see if there are any buyers there. We're testing the 15-point, really the 14, average 14-point plus swing here. Or if you measure from, okay, they really didn't make a 10-point yet. So the bulls are trying to get to the 10-point. But it's kind of strong area. I like to see a pullback, and then if I can buy the pullback. So I'm looking for a little bit more push. See if they can get that 10-point, maybe, and then I guess this was the pullback. It's good momentum, but no decent pullback. It just continues to buy the close bulls, trying to reach the EMA, trying to reach the 14 or 16 low, which happens to be about 10 points. So these bulls probably going to take profit here, and we might see that pullback finally is at least a little bit. So What if it doesn't pull back? Where is it trying to go? Well, it's definitely trying to get that 10 point. If you continue to go up to 4140 area, 4140, 4141, that's where the sellers are. But it needs to pause and it needs to take profit. So I'm going to look to see a little bit maybe down towards the 24 open or 24 low. There it is. Okay, so they started to take profit. I'd like to see a little bit more. There are probably limit buyers waiting between the 24 and the 22 area. So we might test the 24 low. And I ended up selling right here with a couple of contracts, and I am scalping quickly. So I want to see a pause and then bulls to try to go again. So they did come down to the open. No, not necessarily. They just one tick short of testing the open. Okay, so we should come down a little bit more at the least. Bulls want to break above is the bar 24 high. And they already did. They just want a bull close so they can continue to go higher. It's kind of difficult without pulling back a little bit. So I'm going to wait to see limit buyers probably at the low of 24. Could this be just enough pullback? One single bar for bears. It's a nice close. Some bulls will probably think of is if they see another bear bar, exit out, maybe a 1 or 2 point below 25. But there are limit buyers waiting. So still looking to scalp the rest of my contracts at the low of probably buyers underneath 25 now, the first bear bar. I don't know if I'm going to be able to actually scalp now. I don't know if this is going to come down. They're already buying, but I'm going to be patient. I already scalped, but I'm looking for at least the bar 24 low to be tested so I can get my full scalp. Come on, bears. Limit buyers buying 25 low, but I think it's too early, too premature. We need at least 2 bear bars. They did buy right underneath 25. They're trying to close this bar now as high as possible to continue, but I'm going to wait. It's also double top still. It's not the ideal double top, but it is a double top. Can the market come all the way down to upper, let me see, right around here? Sure, we could come down here, fail to close a bear bar, and then we can go. So pullback could be a little bit further down. But starting from the close of 23, okay, it's support. So close of 23 to low of 24. I still think that it would be appropriate for market to pull back there. So I'm still holding the rest of my lot to scalp there. And it could actually come down a little bit further, possibly to 29.75. Trying to make $1,000 here with this pullback, and it's not easy. Let me tell you. I love these pullbacks that give me a $1,000, but it's just, I already scalped half of it. I just want the rest of it. So we already tested the low, but my exit was right there, right at the 24 low. I was right at the 24 low, and it didn't fill me, and just made me nervous. Okay, so I kind of hit close and exit out with that lot, half of my lot. I don't like that. It should have filled me. It should have gone one tick below that 24 to fill me. When it doesn't do that, that's why I scalped earlier the half of it and then kept the rest. Just not going to mess with that. I'll just make another 1,000, another pullback. But because bulls want another leg up, and I don't want to be stuck in there, I'd rather to buy and go with them. So if they're not going to give me full scalp, that's okay. So I'm still green. Made what I made, but it would have been a lot more appropriate if market actually pulled down. It's a little bit lower than 24, somewhere around 29.75, 30, 41.30, 41.29.75. But I'm okay. Right now I'm flat. So I'm going to wait to see if I can buy it this time. That's the second leg. I am glad I got out. What's happening there is we might still get a double top, but this is a two legs, 10 bars swing up to EMA. So I'm glad I got out because I would have given back everything I made. And that was a good sign, not being able to get below one tick below 24. Now the bears want a second leg, but who cares at this point? Bulls are trying to get their second leg. So let's see if they can push this higher. So let's see if they can push this higher. So 36, the low of 14 and 16 test is, let's see if we can get that. So 36.75 to 37. Let's see if the bulls can actually push this to the EMA. They're also trying to get a second entry long. They kind of already initiated that with bar 27 going above 26 high. So the moment the bar closes on its high, bulls are going to jump in and they're going to try to test the bar 16. We might even go, this is my target. This has always been my target. Okay, so 43.50. Okay, so here we go. First test of 36.50 to 36.75. Low of 14 or 16, the first test or the EMA. It's resistance. What just happened here? Did they test? Okay, so they tested the 36.50, but that's the first test. It should go one tick above. It's the second leg up, so we should get there. I have a scalp at 36.50. It didn't fill me. I bought above. I'm trying to scalp there and see if I can get a runner up here. Okay, so it's the second leg up. It went above, so I bought it above. And I'm looking for test of 36.50, 36.75. Tested the 50, but only once. So everybody's upset that they didn't get filled. They're probably going to wait for the second test of this body, touching 36.50 and 36.75. Everyone's going to get filled. This is the second entry. It'll probably going to go higher. It's going to try to go to 41.40 to 41.41. And then further up to my targets. It's a projected target here, but this is the most important target right there. Bar 16 is magnet. Okay, I got filled. I am now one contract running. Anybody who got he bought above it, they're looking for a 2-to-1 right there. This is probably going to come down now as it's trying to test the 2-to-1. But if the pullback is shallow, we could actually go to the 3-to-1. Anytime bulls actually start to close about 2-to-1 with bull bars, we end up getting to the 3-to-1. But you see, this is a fight to get to the 2-to-1 target, which you had it. I had it on the chart, and I said, we got the 1-to-1, and we breached above it. Now it's the pullback. So pullback failed to take out the 24. I exited out of my runner. It still made money, but it made very little. Then I jumped in above 26, and I'm long. So I took profit there. So I'm looking for continuation with a runner. I only have one single contract running into 41, 43.50, well, if it does run. But I think we're going to get a little bit of a hiccup in the middle right here. Close of yesterday is somewhere around 41.39 to 41.40 area. But target is 41.43.25. I'm sorry, 50 is, and a furthermore up. So if you're holding for the swing right here. But know that there are sellers waiting, and the bulls know that they need to take profit around 41.40. I'm just not going to. I moved my stop to break even, which is above 26. So this is basically a no loss, okay, no risk is trading at the moment. So I don't care if it comes down. I'll be walking away with extra tick. So 43.50 I am going to hold. However, my scalp target is at 43.25, one tick below. It might exceed above it, but I just want to scalp one tick below just in case if it fails and starts to come down. Bulls need to close this body is above 41.41. If they do that, we're just going to zip through it. What's your 60-minute EMA plotted number? I plotted 225. I'm using an indicator. This is an indicator, but if I don't use the indicator, I use the 200 EMA, Anna. I think Brad uses 223 EMA or SMA. I'm not so sure. So I just decided 200 EMA is you know, just okay, somewhere in between. It just plots at the same place, except it's just smoother line. All right, so I'm still waiting for these bulls to finish the job, accelerate and give me my money at the minimum. See if I can get this. Nice runner. I wish I had more contracts. I guess I could add another one. I'll just add another one here. I'll buy one. All right, so I'm in with 2 contracts. So let's see if I can get that. Have I done a good job there? Oh, I might be wrong there, guys. Oh, no, I'm not. Okay, never mind. I had a heart attack there for a minute. All right, I don't like this upper wick. They're kind of scalping, but let's not be scared out of our positions. It should continue to go higher. It's just there. And a room to the upside. Might even test there. It's also target. So 43.25 I want to scalp. The question is, will the bulls close this body, bar 28, above 41.41? If we get that, then we're going to get my target and then some. So here we go. This is it. Close that body now and give me my money. 43.25 I am going to scalp because it has a potential of coming down. All right, so this bar failed to close at 41.41, but it is a phenomenal close. Is probably buyers buy stop orders above it. So and this body 29 actually opened one tick above where the 28 closed. So this is still bullish. So now bulls are going to try to take out the 28 high because they know there are buy stop orders there. And they're going to try to accelerate from there. So I should have the 43.25 in the bag, as it will test probably 43.50. So I'm trying to keep myself in the trade because 29 opened one tick above the 28 open. I'm sorry, closed. So it shouldn't come down. But it is the 20 point. One thing that's happening here is a profit taken. Okay, so what's happening here is profit taking by bulls because 28 high is testing the 20 point, literally one tick above, in fact. So this might be coming down now, but it has a potential of taking out the 28 high. So I don't like the way this is, so I took profit. I hit close, and if we close this bar on its high, or we breach the high of 28, I'm going to buy again. But sometimes 20-point zones get a really deep pullback, and we kind of 20 point is a big swing. I kind of took profit and I exited my position. I just want to see what will happen last second. So we just entered the last half, the second half of this bar's longevity. So if I see this bar trying to close higher, I'm going to jump in again, and I'll make the money that I was looking for, because that's still the target, and we're probably going to accelerate there. There are buy orders, buy stop orders above 28. That will accelerate. Okay, I'm back in. Target is still 43.50. This time I'm in with a lot more contracts. So I'm going to now scalp. Well, you know what? I'm going to do all in instead. Let's see if I can. Easier. Well, the target is accurate. It's just that I didn't like that. I realized that we were at a 20 point, and 20 point, sometimes it pulls back really strong. So, but I kind of you see how I scared myself out of a trade? But it's better to take profit while you are long, okay, than in a trade and suddenly it turns, red. You just have to take profit. I'm still long on other contracts. I have a chart that I have contracts open there. Like, I'm still long on that, but those are micro. I'm also trading E-mini, and E-mini I have to be careful, right? So micros, I can take a deep pullback and fix it. But the E-mini, I don't want it to eat into my, profit. So I want to be 100% accurate with E-mini contracts. So I have to be sure. I am sorry, Zito. But we are at the 20 point, and look what's happening. Okay, so this is still a pullback. We're so close to the target. We already activated the buy orders, but it's kind of dangerous. So it doesn't have to just go test the 43.50. It's trying to go to 45.75, right? Right there. So we have 1, 2, 3 targets. You can still stay in your long. It's probably trying to go. Okay, so be patient. There's no bear bar here. But look at the follow-through bar. It's not a bear bar. It's a doji. So the minimum the bulls can do is not allow bears to close a bear bar. No sign, okay, of bear pressure. But it's also a terrible follow-through, so that's not good. But it closed, one tick body closed above where 28 closed. So that is a sign of bulls doing the minimum to continue this up. So I'm waiting for that 43.25 at the minimum. I'm still going to scalp that on other, like even on micro, I'm going to scalp it. Okay, E-mini is still trying to get to the 43.50. Here we go. I'm back in. Come on, guys, accelerate. 43.25. It's right there. One tick below. We should get that. This is really nice. They just have to accelerate and not give up here. It's going to continue higher. I'm in with multiple E-mini contracts. I just want to scalp and leave a runner. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, yeah. I got it. That was ridiculous, but you got the point. That's my money made alert. And look at that, 43.50. Are you guys making money over there or no? It's got a little bit more room to the upside. So this target is done. That target is done. This is the next one. But there will be machines scalping this, and they're going to try to bring the price down to the EMA. So I scalped a little bit more to the upside. 45.75 is next, but between the 45 to 45.75, that 3-tick area, sellers probably sitting. Yeah, I nailed this one. It took me a couple of tries. I kept a bunch of contracts on other charts open. So I said, you know what? I might scalp here with bunch, but I'm still going to run this because my targets are right. I think it's safe to say that I know what I'm doing, but I will scalp. I'm always paying myself. I don't care. I can always jump in again. Look, the sign of bears not in the market, and this is a sign of continuation, is I'm going to jump in again. You know, I jumped in with 5 E-mini right there, and that was an amazing scalp right there. So I did okay. I just want to see how okay I am. Oh, yeah. That's good. What time is it? Okay, so it's almost noon. If you guys, I don't have anybody after me. If I can take a quick break, I'd be happy to come back, maybe do a little bit more. It's noon, but I don't mind staying another half hour or so. I got nothing better to do. Okay, so I'm just going to take a quick break and be back. They're taking profit right now. Okay, so. Okay, so looks like my target just met. I think the market is trying to get the 4-to-1 target. Doesn't go run. Can market go all the way high? Yeah. So market is trying to get back up to here. There's an unfinished business. It's trying to get back to the high. But it's resistance here. At least we might go a little bit higher, but this is resistance. And these bulls have not yet taken decent profit. Get rid of this. So a little bit more to the upside, perhaps. But I'll have to see a pullback to EMA a little bit. Some buyers probably here wanting to buy the pullback, but it would be nice to pull back a little bit deeper. I'm sorry, is there a question here? I think that's for Tim, so I didn't really, let me take a look. Can you explain me why you can enter on 28 close? I understand it is due to previous news and therefore comes up again. bar 28? Well, market reached 1-to-1 target, and it also is reaching 2-to-1. This is a phenomenal close. Is people already jumped in. If they haven't bought above 26, okay, it's a pullback bar, they're buying above 27. Now 28 is continuation, still a good close, okay? I thought maybe if you measure from here, okay, so there's a profit taking here. Notice the profit taking, how weak it is, okay? When it is weak like this, it means it's gonna continue. It's gonna try to close above right there. So the bulls closed the bull body 21.75. At that point, I'm looking for my target to meet, right? So if market closes above 21.75, that means it's trying to get to the 30 point. Sorry, it's trying to get to the 30 point, and that is right there. So it's trying to reach there. And now I'm also looking to see, are the bulls able to close above 3-to-1, 3-to-1, 41, 43? They are. So that means they're not only trying to get to the 4-to-1 targets, they're also trying to get up to here. There's also a measured move. That's not the way I want to do, sorry. That's the measured move. So they're trying to get to the measured move there. That's also the target. So they keep pushing. They're just buying. First leg, pull back. Second leg, maybe this was the pullback and this is the third leg. I doubt it. I think this is the pullback. We need to pull back a little bit, at least, before going with a third leg up. Okay, so bar 12 is trapped, everyone. So look at this. Leg up, pull back, leg 2, pull back, leg 3. People bought above it, and then they got trapped. So where do you think the market is trying to go? It's trying to go to bar 12 high. Okay, so a little bit of pullback won't hurt. We could enter with that. Does that make sense? You should have entered either above 26, like I did, or by the 27. Is at this point you're scalping at the 20 point. 20 point is a good swing, but there's still momentum, and the risk reward is, people are trying to get above bar 16. We're now closing above 16, right? So there is a bit of a gap there. Now, the pullback won't hurt. I like to buy the pullback with a right signal bar combination at the EMA. So if this bar closes strongly bearish, some bears will sell it, but mostly these bulls will start to take profit, okay? But if it doesn't close bearish, then this has a potential of going higher and higher and higher. So I'm going to wait to see where this body is going to close. If bears cannot close a bear body, I'm not interested in selling and looking for a 2+ point scalp, possibly 4 point to 5 point scalp. That would bring us, 4 point would bring us to the EMA, probably buyers there. But if no bear bar, then you don't need to sell. This could continue to go higher. Yeah, sellers were heavy here, so its volume profile does show a, strong sellers probably waiting to sell again. But let's see. I think the 4-to-1 is what the bulls want, and a measured move target to the upside. Just waiting for bar 33 to close. Okay, so it's a decent close, but it didn't take out the 32 low. If we get another bear bar, some of these bulls are going to exit underneath that bear bar. maybe a couple of points below. Pull back the EMA would be nice. But if we don't get the second bear bar, bulls are going to continue to go higher. They want to test the 32 high, and because you have an outside-inside combo, buyers probably underneath 32 to 31, this area. Some were trying to sell, so they might try to bring the market to this doji high. There was, I don't know if you guys remember, they were trying to sell, or anybody who sold at the 20 point is disappointed. They might bring the market to 41, 42. Okay. But not being able to take out the 32 low, it's pretty good bull trend. They're buying the bear bars or underneath the bear bars. They're still trying to get to the 30, but a pullback would be ideal, buying the pullback. So I like to see at least 2 bear bars. And is anybody who's stuck, you can see that indecision bar is, they might want to bring the price down to the 42, maybe 1 tick below. Let's see if they can manage. Okay, that's good. No, I sold 1 tick underneath. Scalped I do have a runner for the EMA. See if we can get that. The only problem now I'm having with bears is that we tested that, but we did not breach 1 tick below. So that is not a good sign, because bulls want a double bottom and they want to continue. So my runner, if this bar doesn't go below 42, 41, 42, then I will exit out of my runner. But I did scalp right there. Okay. And sometimes you're going to have to be okay with these minimal moves, and you may not get continuation, because we'll see the 4 to 1 targets and a continuation up. Especially if this bar closes on its side, then you got to exit out. Okay. Andrew's asking, how did you determine the 22 tick difference level in your target ranges? What's close bottom for the 22 tick range? It should be 21 tick, not 22 ticks. That's basically 5 points scalp. Oh, you mean this? Oh, you're asking for this. Sorry, that's 1 to 1. You don't need to use that. So this is the measured move target. So let me clean this up a little bit. Okay. And this is the 30 point. Okay. So anybody who bought there, that's their 1 to 1. Okay, so that's 2 to 1. We got the 3 to 1. Okay, so 4 to 1. We closed bull bars, so the pullback market bulls could buy. 4 to 1 is right there. Measured move is right there. 30 point is right there. So bulls are still trying to push us higher, but we need some kind of a pullback. First leg pullback, second leg pullback. We need the third leg up. So it's 41, 42 look like a good pullback, plus leg 1, pullback leg 2. Bulls don't have a buy signal bar yet. So you have a wedge here. Okay, it's got a new high, pullback. Okay, and then that's it. So you have 1, right, 2 and 3 wedge, and also maybe 1, 2, 3, but at that point I'm not really counting that. So there's a wedge here, and we reach some targets, and you gotta, I said at that time, I think the profit taking will begin, we talked about this. I said from 24, actually 26 to 24 area, is I said, be careful. We might start to reverse. We push down, but what do you see there? What do you see that is lacking? No bear bars closing below this level. Only wicks. So bears started to take profit. I said I would like to see a much better body, so I didn't really buy above it. But I said if anybody buys above it, they might go for a 1-to-1 target. Okay, so I just used a different way of measuring, and that was 1-to-1, and that's 2-to-1, 3-to-1. We haven't met the 4-to-1 yet. All right, so it's still holding. Bears want to break this and come down to the EMA. I scalped. I'm flat right now. I'd like to see a signal bar and buy that. That would be nice. I have a question. Can you guys hear the background howling? Do you hear anything other than my voice? All right. You don't, right? Okay, good. Thank you. I have this neighbor. They have 2 dogs. They're, I think, what is it, like pugs or something? Pugs. They are, when they're left alone, and my office is basically looking into that area where they keep their dogs. I just didn't say anything until now, but they were really getting creative with their howling. I was wondering if you guys hear it. I'm just trying to avoid any confrontation with any neighbor. It's the pugs. At some micro level bottom, but the bar 35 hasn't closed yet. But if it closes bullish, bulls are going to start to buy most likely. Or this is the first leg, we might go up and then come back down with a second leg. So I haven't bought anything yet. And this might come back down one more time because we really didn't test it. EMA, and the bears might need a second leg down here. So I am not going to buy. It's a trading range, by the way, guys. Notice how we're stuck in this trading range here. We're back at the apex of the this expanding triangle. So market is deciding either we're going to start to swing down again, or we're going to breach and go back up to I'm no longer interested in this. We might go back up to here once again. But okay, so I think this is the second leg. It is the second leg. Bar 35 ended up being a second leg in a way. It's a little bit weird, but let me see if I can show you on the. I still haven't bought anything. I didn't buy above a doji. I didn't think it was a good idea. Now here is maybe leg 1 pullback, maybe leg 2. There might be buyers above 58. You might actually see it on 2 minutes better. So they're probably gonna buy. So here we go. Leg 1 pullback, leg 2, and then here we go. They're buying. They want to take out the bar 80 high. This is the 2-minute chart. It's still target here. Yeah, that's what I said earlier. Stipe, they're trying to get that third leg up, and the third leg can be as big as the first leg range. So it's about, maybe I'll measure from here. So that would bring us to, it could be the 40 point, not necessarily. So the goal is to get back up to the bar 1 and 2 high because it's unfinished business. But first, this is the target. All right, so that's, we also have a measured move, which is right there. Oh, sorry, I didn't mark the measured move there. This is the 30 point. continuation is target. Okay. Bulls need to close this bar bullish on its high. It's especially taking out the 32. If the body takes out the bar 32 high, then the stops will be moved underneath 34 or below the EMA. But without getting that bull body, no one's going to move their stop here. So it's because we could get a higher high double top and a reversal back down, and because we really didn't test the EMA. I didn't buy. I did not buy above. I trade the 5 minute. You can look at the 2 minute, and if you did buy, say you bought above this, right? You would get filled at 45.50. Price needs to go to 40, 45.50, 46.75 to give you a 1 point scalp. It already did. But if all you're getting is a 1 point, and then this bar closes down here, and if your stop is here, you better exit out. Or you're going to have a stop like this, okay? Say you entered there, you're going to have a stop right here. You can't stick your stop underneath 34, especially when you don't have a breakout. Say you entered above 35, you're going to have a white stop. Because what happens is, you made a 1 point, and then you're disappointed this bar closes. Chances are it's going to come down here. But it could go right back up without touching your stop. If your stop is here, you're toast. You're done. Okay? So that's why you have to use white stops. So anybody who bought above that bear doji, which I don't like to do, okay, they had a 1 point scalp. They're looking for continuation. Now, continuation means momentum. Momentum can be like this. 37, a strong bull body taking out that upper wick. Then everybody who was making 1 point will end up making 2 points, 3 points, 4 points. That's the target. Measured move target 41.50.50. And then 30 point is right up there. So market could still try to get us up there. But I need to see the confirmation. We do not have a bull breakout from the 32 high just yet. So now, this bar is trying to compensate and finish this, right? Show us that confirmation, bar 37. But there's still 3 minutes and 55 seconds. This bar can collapse. Or it's just going to close a bar at the end of the 3.5 minutes. Then that's your confirmation. We would continue to go higher. Okay? So if you bought in long, your stop should be here. If this bar goes above, then you can move the stop underneath 34. But there's no body closing above 32 or 36. You just cannot, okay, get it. I mean, just move the stop. That means this could collapse. Yeah. It might go up. I don't know. There's no breakout yet. We might come down, or we could come down and then go. Market is trying to keep the momentum intact and show us that bulls got this, but I need that body closing where I said it should close. Then that's a good sign. Bulls will continue most likely to test the 41.50, 175 area. $41.60 is target is 60.75 or 61. 41.61 is also target, so I'm going to mark that. Oh, it is there. So sorry. No. Target. Bulls need to really close above 41.50 area, 51 area, if they want to have a chance to continue to go higher to the bar 1 and bar 2 high of day. sellers are, let me see where the sellers are. It is resistance here because of this gap. Bulls are trying to close the gap by testing the 12 high, but you see we're still in this gap and they haven't closed it. So sellers who sold here, if you look at a volume profile, if you layer it, you'll see that this area is a strong. So there's sellers waiting to sell. Now we do have a higher high double top neckline. Bears want to break the neckline. Okay, so look what happened. They know that your stops are here. So the market makers, they know your stops are underneath this micro double bottom. They need a bear bar. So this is not good. What happened with 37 is last second, it really couldn't close that bull bar. But it did close the bar one tick above 36 close. So it's still bullish, but it is the weirdest thing. So it's an outside bar, inside bar. Midpoint of 36 is support. If the bears break the support and close a bear bar, they're going to come down and try to test the 36 and then break out and test that and run some stops. And after running those stops, they can actually trap the bears by running the stops. Other bears will jump in thinking this is going to sell. Instead, bulls are going to take it over and then go higher. Okay, so be careful here. It is not a major trend reversal here, okay? Bears are trying to get it, but I wouldn't sell this. That's what I'm trying to say, basically. Even if they see a double top and a neckline, they want to break it. All they're trying to do is trap you around EMA and then go higher. Fed's Daily started to speak. So he's saying, is that a she? I think that's a she, Mary Daly. She's saying there will be most likely no recession. So if I mean, algos should eat that up. That's a good news, right? So we don't want recession. I see nothing. No one's reacting to it. Let's get some bull bars here. Come on, she's saying the right words. The midpoint of bar 32 is critical. You can see all of these bars are testing that. 34, 35, 36, right? So we have two consecutive bars closed below that midpoint of 32, but they couldn't get a continuation. Now bulls are trying to close a bull bar. They don't have any. This one is trying, but no bull bars have closed above it. Look, if you actually put a line there, that's 41. 45 is the midpoint. Look, do you see any bull bars, bull bodies closing above? No. So bears see that. They want to close. They want to break out from 32 low. Okay. But, and then come down and test the 34 low because they know stops are there. I am not going to sell this. Bears are trying to get a second entry short. Technically, they have started the sell underneath 37, but it's not a bear body, so it's not a good sell signal bar. I am not. That's another reason why I don't want to sell. I need the confirmation. So 38 needs to close a bear bar at the end of the 1 minute mark. If they do that, then you get a second entry short, even though the 36 went above. I don't want to. I think the bulls are trying to get a high 1, high 2 here, or a new high 1. So targets are above. I'm not interested in selling. Because if they want to sell, they could still sell. This bar hasn't closed yet, and bears can surprise us in 40 seconds, closing this bar on slow. But before that happens, I'm not going to touch it. And I would never sell underneath a bar 37. Okay, so bar 36 took out the 32 high. We don't have a bull body, so I have to give market a little bit of space for bears to show me they can do this. they can do this, okay? Look, bar 71 took out the high, 61 and 63, but it closed bearish. We closed bullish. Then, okay, bulls could not close a bull bar. Instead, we closed a bear bar, and now I can sell. But I don't have that in here. We have a new high, and we closed it bullish. Still no bear bars. Why would I want to sell when I see bulls are trying to create a momentum? They just have to prove me. They just have to print a bear bar, preferably outside down. Bar 39 highs is the same level, identical to 38 high. If they take out the 38 low, okay, that becomes the outside down bar. That would be the second sell. Then I can sell, yes, but before then, not going to touch it. So you need this bar to take out the 38 low and close that bear body as bearish as possible. Then you might sell, but all you may get is a test of this low, and then you could get trapped underneath the EMA, and that won't be good. So there's not much of a space there. If you're selling, you're going to have to scalp very fast. You can leave a runner, but be prepared that runner may not run, and they might trap you. Okay, so sometimes you got to do, like, you got to keep repeating the same thing and filter the trade, okay? It could sell, it could very well start to sell. And I don't mind selling if that's what they want to do. I just need the confirmation. Okay, so you see that? It has become the outside down bar. Now all bears need to do now to close it bearish and start to sell. Their goal is to take out the stops underneath 34 and 35. They're trying to shake out the market. Now, what happens is you end up selling this, okay? They take out those stops and then reverse and go right back up. There's that. Because what you're seeing here is that 3B bull flag, which is expanding triangle. They come down here, right? And then go right back up, which we went over this morning. All right, so they're running stops. They're running stops for these bulls, okay? So what they're doing is market wants to go to new highs. If they want to do that, that's a big distance. That's another 20-point run, which is a swing, half swing, okay, or half a trend. Doesn't happen very quickly. They have to create some kind of a scare. So what they do is market makers, they don't discriminate. They will, doesn't matter if you're trading with them, they will try to shake you out even if they want to go higher. Even if they're bullish, they're going to shake out the bulls, then they're going to shake out the bears. Now everybody in the market is confused and kicked out of their positions. Then they start to go up, okay? Then everybody who's kicked out once or twice jump in. That creates accelerated bull bars, okay? If that's what they want to do. Look what happened here. Sometimes it's better to sit back and watch what's happening, because as you watch this and I explain it, next time this happens, you will remember it and you will know exactly what not to do. We ran the stops, so these bulls kicked out, or these bulls even kicked out if they put their stop. What did I say earlier? If you do not have a bull bar closing above 32 with a bull body, you cannot have your stops here. Retail traders, new traders will do that because they cannot afford to put a stop here, right? So it's because they're committed to buy too high. You and I are not. We take profit up here while they're buying. And we also know that the market makers will run their stops. They're going to punish them for buying so high. And that's their punishment right there. So now they're crying somewhere, you know, on the side. These bulls are kicked out. Now other bulls are still holding because their stops are somewhere down here, maybe underneath 28, okay? It's maybe underneath here. But they're also watching what's happening here. And this is an outside down bar. Will we get some kind of a close below the EMA, a gap bar, and then go up and make a bear flag and then start the sell? We might. I don't know. Right now I'm watching. There's a small trading range here. Okay, it's also an expanding triangle. It's a buy low, sell high situation. So I don't want to sell this, to be honest with you. We're at the EMA. We're above the EMA. I don't want to sell it. Bulls need to close above 41.45 is with a bull body. And then what they will want is the first shallow target. But if they fail, then the bears are going to try to sell with a second leg. It's an inside-outside, inside. So the breakout mode target, breakout mode setup, not target. Okay, so where is your target now? That right there. First target, if we close a bull bar above 41.45. Second target, measured move target, also measured move target. See how they're trapped? See everybody who sold? So that's why I said don't sell. Let's see if we can. So that's why I said don't sell. Let's see if we can. Continue to go higher. So targets are above. 30 point is the most important. I want to see continuation. We're already scalping that target. So we met that target. So that's done. If we can close a bull bar, then we can go higher. So I'm looking for bulls to actually step it up because they're punishing. They're punishing the sellers. They punish the buyers with a stop. I said if you put your stop down here, you would not be upset. And look what happened. We came down, and your stop was down here with a wide stop. Now it's going up, back to where you might have entered. But anybody who puts their stop here, they will be punished, and they did. Now we do have a wedge here, though. I do have to point that out. We have met the first shallow targets. Bulls need to close this body one tick above 41, 47, 25, or 50, somewhere there. Now we do have a wedge here, but remember, this is a bull flag. This is a variation of bull flag. Okay, it's the third kind. So if we start to close a bull bar, that means we get above this trend line, and when we get above a trend line, that means bulls get their breakout, and we could go even higher. So I need to see is that bull close. What happens if we can't? Could this become a wedge, and we start to come down? We might. I don't know. This is now becoming maybe a trap. I just have to wait for bar to close. Because anybody who's stuck and sold, maybe they sold a close, they're selling at the high, okay, and as this body comes down here, they actually take profit. So I'm not going to sell. I'm going to wait for this bar to close. There's plenty of time. Well, not plenty, just about 25 seconds left. Bulls need to close this body above the midpoint of bar 32. And possibly, if they can manage to close it one tick above 32 high, that would become a lot more bullish. Did I heard something? All right, so they did close above the midpoint of 32, so that's still bullish. Bulls now need to do better here and step it up. All right, so Feds finished the Q&A. Should go back to the regular trading. So I'm only gonna take bears seriously if they start to close below 41.45. I don't really need it. If they do close it, then, you know, I'm going to take this as, okay, fine, they might be coming down, only because they have a wedge here. And where can they come down to? Possibly to the bottom of 31 maybe, but I don't know. I'm not really interested in selling. Right now, I think these bears are trying to exit out. It is resistance here, and it didn't properly sell. But first target's met. I don't know why this just stopped. Did the market just stop trading? What's going on here? This bar is just sitting there. Something weird happening, guys. Market just stopped. Are they going to sell? Let's see. I need to see this area taking out these lows. You see that bar 32 low? If the bears start to take it out, we might still come down. Maybe test it for the final time. I don't want to sell this, but if they're willing to sell it, I don't mind. I'm just not interested in selling. Bears were trapped once, trapped twice. Now bulls were trapped once, but the bulls actually met the target, just like bears did, shallow target. But bulls couldn't close above it, bears couldn't close below it. Now, if the bears close below 41, 42, 50, the bear body, then we could end up coming down here very quickly. But if they fail, all we do is trap for the second time and finally get a higher low, and then we could go higher. So it's not clear yet, and I have to be patient, right? So it's just stalling here. It's because there's a gap here, and this gap, we tested the bar 12 low, although wait, I'm wrong. We have not. This gap is still open about one tick. They left it open one tick. So if bulls want to close it and they want to continue to go higher, you just have to do better here. That was a weird pause. I mean, it literally stopped for like good several seconds, maybe 5 seconds, didn't do anything. I've seen it once or twice. So I haven't sold anything. I'm still waiting because this area is a scramble zone. These bears are upset. These bulls are kicked out. They ended up selling. Now they're trapped for the second time. You can see, okay, I don't think selling is a good idea. They have to show me. So I'm still long. I'm waiting for 41.51.25 to be tested at the minimum, or 59.75. Actually, I'm wrong. 61. Let's see if we can get the 60. And we don't have to stop at the 61. We can get another 10 points, and it would get us to the 71. 41.61 to 41.71. But the first things first, here's the second target, met. So the bulls will take profit there. However, if we close above this, expanding triangle lines, upward trend line with a bull body, expect a breakout, a much stronger breakout. So I will scalp 51.25. High of yesterday target is market wants to go back to the high of day, is finish the auction there and go continue maybe 10 more points above that. So first target, if we close a bull bar, then this is your second target. That's going to be your third target. And measured move target 50-50. They're still taking profit here. See, there's a struggle there. Bulls are trying to close that bull body so that they can get their breakout. Bears are trying to prevent it. Can we trap the bulls? I don't know. We might, because this area is a sell zone. We haven't even tested yet. So I'm going to hold it. I'm going to hold my long, and I'm going to see if we can get that. We're already at 1, 2, 3, 4 to 1. We just met the 4 to 1. That's another reason why we're getting this upper wick. Look, we went above it with 1 tick. So everybody got their 4 to 1. Okay, so that's another reason why we're stalling here. But if we do get a breakout, and you get a 5 to 1, 6 to 1, 7, 8 to 1 even, which I don't have it, but I can. Here's 4 to 1. Here's 5 to 1, 6 to 1, 7 to 1. Let's go, bulls. Come on. Give me this target. Now, I don't blame you if you actually take profit here. But I would say hold it. I think we're going to end up going to 41, 61, possibly 71 area. 4 to 1 bulls are taking profit, but measured move target we didn't really meet yet. A little bit more room to the upside. They're making a decision here. That body closes like this above that red line. That would be a really beautiful thing. Come on. Just waiting for a bar to close. 1 second. Oh, yes. Go, 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 go. The only problem is that this 42 didn't close 1 tick above. This 4 to 1 target, I just wanted that bull body. But we should go higher. This is your third target, which is measured move target of bar 32. So I want to see is continuation. I want to see is continuation. But it's a bummer. Would have been so much better if 42 were to close 1 tick above. It's right there, 48.50. I am not exiting out of my long. I'm happy where this is going, as is. It's 42 is still a strong close. It also took out the high, prior high. Okay, so body is strong, closed on its high. Yes, upper wick is there, but the body is bigger. So the pullback, buyers might join again. Every time there is a strong trading range, is the first breakout, you should expect a pullback. Okay, so, but they're probably going to buy that pullback unless they surprise us. Okay, I don't like the way this bar is coming down. But that is the pullback, and it's expected to have a pullback. But it is accelerating. So that's a bummer. But hang on a minute, everyone. This is the pullback. Okay, you know what? I'm out. I'm out. I exited out. It just went way below. Yeah. So I'm out before it took away my reward. It just accelerated way too much, and then the news came out. So I'm done. But even though this was a good close, I kept saying, look at this. Failed to close a bull bar. That's 4 to 1 risk reward. So they're taking profit. And the news came out and accelerated this. I'm not going to sit here for price to come down and take out my, stops. Or my stop is down here, but the problem here is that it's going to take away my earnings. So I can always enter again if I see a strong bull bar and a rejection of this bar. But why sit here and have this bar take away? There's a button called close. Okay, so you can either reverse it or you can hit close. I hit close. That's fine. There's some kind of a bill auction came out. So these guys didn't really run these horses. That's terrible. I was really hoping this 42 to close just there. If that was the case, and look where it closed, right at the line. Oh yeah, we would have been up here already. But let's just wait. But also, you know what's happening here, guys? These bears, another reason is we're probably going to get up here. We're going to get up here too. These bears who sold, they sold again. Didn't really, maybe they did break even here. But now they're selling at the high once again. If they didn't sell anything here, they're selling here, they're getting a break even. Anybody who sold, getting a break even. Anybody who got stuck here, getting a break even. Okay, so if this ends up being just a break even attempt and suddenly we close higher and we get a rejection bull bar, I'm going to buy again. But I just don't want to sit here and be nervous about it. All right, so I'm flat now. I've lost nothing, but it's kind of upsetting because it was really going nicely. All right, so the bar didn't close on its midpoint, but it still has a decent body. But it did close on its high. Then again, it's not an outside bar, so bulls are probably gonna buy it because they're upset. They're stuck up here, and they see this bar. It was an attempt to break even, and market ended up closing higher because many of these bears exited out. All those bulls bought those contracts at a lower price, are trying to now push the market back up to my targets. Okay, so if this bar now closes, closes bullish, I will jump back in once again. Target will be 41.51.25, and then furthermore up 41.61. But bulls need to close this body is as high as possible. If they don't, then I'm not going to buy. If they cannot close it, that means these bulls stuck up there, buying low and breaking even. So I need to see it. If bears failed here, then I need to see the bull close. Okay, there you go. Good job. Keep going. All right, so here we go. Can we get to 61? That's also a second entry long. New low, high, pull back, second high. Come on, bulls. Get going. All right, so that target is kind of met. Really didn't touch it, but better if it actually goes one tick above. There it goes. So that target met. Now, measured move target 41.50.50, but for 51.25 is what I want to see tested, possibly even 53. So let's see if we can. I'm in with multiple contracts. I want to scalp the 51 area and leave a runner. Very nice. Keep going. Ooh, nice. All right, 30 point right there. I know these bulls are going to take profit. High of yesterday is magnet. All right, measured move target met. 5-1. I no longer care for this. Okay, so you kind of got the idea. I'm going to clean this up. 30 point is right there. Come on. Almost there. Excellent. Almost there. All right. Scalp that. Let's see if we can get a 5-to-1 out of this beautiful move up. 53 is next. I want to see if we can actually test the 53 and 53.50. See if we can test 53.50. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. Excellent. AOL. You got mail. Wait, what do you mean order filled? Oh, I had an exit order. So this is the problem with when you're trading with multiple charts and multiple contracts is I had an early profit taking. I should have looked at it. Now it just kicked me out of my long, gave me, here, take your money and go away. Okay, I have more going, but oh, that's a bummer. I didn't want to take profit. That was too early. All right, money is money. I'll just take it. It's nothing but Benjamins, right? All right, so we are testing the 53.50. That's good news. So 5-to-1, we haven't really tested. One tick close, but we should continue because my target is up here. Bull trend target happens to be high of day. So we're probably going to go 10 points above. Okay, so hold. 2 days ago, I signed up for a $300,000 prop firm account evaluation. It's got like 5 of them, and the P&L is $20,000. So I already made $10,000 in 2 days. So I have another 10,000 to go. Not bad. So that's going to be additional. If I can pass it in 4 days, that'd be great. So maybe I can make another $5,000 this afternoon. If this FOMC continues, then I can actually maybe get qualified tomorrow, but we'll see. Yeah, it's not that difficult. You just have to manage your contract sizes, and you got to take profit when you're going through any evaluations like that. You're going to remind yourself, swing trade is the only way to pass your evaluations. And you also have to pay yourself along the way. Okay, so this way you can eliminate the pullbacks and thresholds and all that stuff. Yeah, I'm definitely getting that. That MacBook Pro is, I was reading, here's the problem with the MacBook Pro is I read these rumors. In 2014, there's a new one coming up. The 2nd generation MacBook Pro is 16-inch, and they're going to upgrade everything. But that, I don't know when. I think somewhere around January, I think they're going to announce it. So I'm thinking maybe I can hang on to this clunker Asus from 2018. It's ancient. But it's just, I don't know, it's so far away. It's so far away. I want it right now. But yeah, we'll see. Or I can buy it and I can sell it to one of you guys for maybe like a good discount. So I'm gonna load it up. If you guys want it, maybe maybe I shouldn't talk about this because I'm gonna get yelled. I know Ken is like, I'm not editing this out, so be quiet. All right, let's not talk about it. I'll talk about this later. I know, there's always something around the corner. And I do this to myself by reading these rumors, Mac rumors. Yeah, so. All right, so, woo! Okay, so this is no good. But what is happening here? That's a 5-to-1. And we meet the 30 point. If you measure, okay, so that's nothing. That's not good. We need more. I would be careful here. I wouldn't worry about this selling. It would be better if the market can actually go 5 points above and then reverse from there. So this is, I think, in order to scare you, unless it turns into a 2-bar reversal by closing bar 46 on its low, then you can think of exiting out of your long. This is trying to scare you out, okay, before it goes 5 and a 10 point. Okay. There's a Fed reverse repo operation just announced. I think that's what we're reacting to. I don't know anything about that, but sometimes you get these sudden drops and going high and up. But to me, I'm counting points. We reached the 30 point. In order for get a rejection, not be able to go to 40, market still needs to move up here. We haven't even tagged here. So I'm going to wait for this bar to close. If it closes bearish, even if it sells, there's a breakout point, okay? There's a breakout point. There are buyers waiting here, okay? So if anybody who's stuck up here, they're going to buy above 43 high, and then as it goes up, they're going to break even. So there's a chance of me breaking even there. But I'm not worried about that just yet. I'm going to wait a little bit more. I did say 53.50. You could have taken profit at 53.50. We went 1 point above it. Okay, so I did say that we're going to test 53.50. It went up and tested 54.50. So you could have taken profit there. Now, it is becoming a 2-bar reversal. If that happens, we could quickly come into this area. There is an area of interest, okay? And we could pull right into here. So if you want to exit out now, you can wait for this bar to close, get a confirmation of 2-bar reversal, but know that these buyers are waiting right here. Okay, so also the FOMC, well, we're far from the FOMC meeting. We don't need to worry about that just now. It is trying to come down here. Probably buyers there. They're going to try to reverse it back up. Okay, but there's a potential of this bar closing on its low and getting continuation. There's an area here. I'm going to take this as the area of interest. It's a balance zone. Markets spend some time there, bulls and the bears. So it could be the average price. We could pull back in there. But if this bar does not close in 56 seconds on its low, suddenly it closes above its midpoint, then those who sold will be stuck and the bulls can continue to go higher. But if it closes like this, it's trying to become a 2-bar reversal. Oh my gosh, Ken, were you listening? I'm sorry, I had to stop myself there. Yeah, please just pretend you didn't hear that. I wasn't really selling anything, but it was going in that direction for a minute. Okay. This is too funny. I was hoping you weren't listening. All right. Anyway, so I'm waiting for this bar to close. It has a potential of 2-bar reversal and a pullback down here. Okay, so because bears kind of made money here and they're upset, and so they might bring the market down a little bit more. Okay. I took profits at the 53. I think I was around 53. I took profit. Let me see. Yeah. Now, what happens if we get a reversal bar? Well, there's a gap here. Bulls want to maintain this gap, which is right there, but I would wait because this is a 2-bar reversal and the bears are going to try to at least get down to here. I'm going to wait for that. And somewhere here, buyers are waiting, limit buyers, about, I'm going to take that right around here. So I'm going to wait for market to reach here. So now, if the bears sell this, or they're having an attempt to sell this, and they fail, and that gap from high of bar 42 and 43 stays open, those bulls can show up one more time, because this is right now 5 point. They need to close a bear body right there to sell into 10 point. And that's right inside the area of interest. So the pullback could happen with 2 legs into this yellow zone. Okay? The moment you see that bar closing right there, bears are going to push this. That means they're testing these 43 high, maybe even breaching 1 tick below. That means they're closing this gap. But there's still buyers here. So what happens is it comes down, pulls back, and then starts to sell. This is where I like to buy again. That would be the deep pullback. But first I need to see how serious these bears are. That means they need to show me they can close a bear bar around 6 point. Okay? Anybody who's selling is underneath 46. They need a 225. 2 points and an extra tick is to scalp at minimum. So that means they have to bring the market down here. If none of that is happening, suddenly this bar closes bullish. There's a reason why. That's because limit buyers are buying, they're trying to break even, and they're also trying to keep the gap open, even if it's a 1 tick, because they still want to continue back up to this level. So they will try to prevent a solid 5 to 6 point move, because they do not want bears to get a 10 point move. If bears get that 10 point, this will be obsolete. So this target 41.61 can be eliminated any second if the bears take out that 6 point mark. Okay, so we are testing the high of bar 43, which I expected would happen with this 2-bar reversal. Now they want to go 1 tick beyond. They are, okay, here we go. So that's a 6 point. 2 point scalpers from underneath 46 haven't made money yet. They're trying to get to that, which is right there. Okay, so if you're scalping, you're hoping to make that 2 point. That means you should have a scalp target right at 47.75 or 48. Okay, so you should scalp that out. Because what happens is sometimes we go test it and then the bar closes higher and it bounces and we never breach below the 6 point. That means bears are not getting a trend, it's just a fake trend. And the bulls resume the trend to the upside. That's what they're trying to do right now. That's why I put this green area. This is where the buyers are waiting. So this is 5 to 1. Bulls took profit. Okay, so, and also I said 53.50. So they went above 1 point and they're trying to trap. So what the profit taken turn into is selling. So the bears are trying to accelerate, okay, close this bar a certain amount of point to get a pullback and a second leg to continue down into this area. All right, so we don't have we have a 5 point scalp, but no 6 point close. So there's no bear trend yet. It hasn't started. This is just a pullback. This is just an attempt to get these bears stuck down here to break even. And they have broke even. Bears need to close that. And if bears get 3 bear bars, one of them is strong, is bar 46, 47, kind of close on its mid-level. But if they get the 3rd bear bar, that's good for them. Then it would go sideways and the second leg down. But if they cannot get the 3rd bar, then there's no momentum. And all this was an attempt to get these bears out. And if anybody who's selling underneath bar 46, not able to make a 2 point, that should tell you already that there's nothing there. Okay, they couldn't even get a 2 point scalp. Now, look at the ATR. There's also another reason why they didn't get. They only got a 1-point scalp, so 125. So they got a 125, 1 point and extra quarter. They actually got a little bit more than that. That's because ATR is 333, so that's actually 325. Half of ATR is 150. Okay, so 150 extra tick. I said 325. Add that, so that's 175. Look, right at the 175. So there's no 2 point, but they got a 1 point, 1.5 point. See how that works? Math adds up, and it kind of shows you what's happening and what's not happening. So this is a pullback. Bears probably want their second leg down, but at this point, many actually were disappointed both down here. We don't have a bear trend. We might get a second leg. Bulls want a high 1, right? So, and a possible high 2 to go. So we're above the EMA. It's difficult to sell. So anybody who we're stuck up here, both here, they're at their break even. Let's see if the bulls can close this body here and continue to go higher. If they do that, then we continue to this target because bears could not create any kind of trend. Now, sometimes we get a really deep pullback, okay? We get a really deep pullback, and then we get a second leg down, and then failure, and then we go. And we'll see. And we'll see. We might still get that second leg down. Market is making, I mean, it's been in a swing, and it's been making higher lows, and new highs. They're really trying to get back up to this level. What we need is a bull body breaking above. Okay, so here's your 30 point. Okay. We need a bull body breaking above 5 to 1. I mean, I don't really care about these risk rewards. You kind of got the idea. I'm going to get rid of it. I need a bull body closing somewhere around here. Okay, so if we get that, this is still my target. We should continue to go higher unless we get a trend reversal. Can we get that trend reversal? Can we get a double top and neckline 47? Bears need to show me that. Again, I would need something like this, right? So right at the highs, bear machines start to sell. They trap the bulls with 1 tick above the high or 2 tick, 1 tick, and then they close bear bars. Then I don't mind selling, but I don't see that yet, right? So bulls are going to try to take out that high. Bears kind of failed, but let's just hold that for a minute because we haven't made a new high yet. If I start to see bull bars closing and taking out the 45 high, then expect continuation to open of the day. Furthermore, to the high of day, we might even close above high of day. So target is still 41.61, possibly 10 points above. I will remove these once I see a bull bar closing above, because these bears are disappointed. They might sell here and try to get a second leg, and if that second leg accelerates, then we would have a double top, because we have a wedge here. You can count 1, 2, and 3, or 1, 2, and 3. For a major trend reversal, we need a double top lower high, double top higher high, lower high better, and a neckline broken 47, and a bear flag, and then come down. So bears still got a chance they just have to step it up. This is why I'm not removing these just yet. Okay, so plus we didn't make a second leg down. I'm just watching to see if they're going to fail or are they going to try. If bulls start to close above 41.55, we're probably going to get to that 41.60 to 61 area. This is the last call for bulls. I'm sorry, bears. You see how the buy zone worked just fine. Okay, get rid of that. Here we go. Bulls are still strong. I don't want to see a one tick test above 45. I want to see a full blown breakout. That means I want to see a body close above 45. Full blown breakout. That means I want to see a body close above 45. $40-point target is the big target. Those who are still swinging this. Okay, so we just tested one tick above 45. Again, they're trying to get this set up. But if this bar closes bullish, I don't think that's doable for bears anymore. I mean, even if it closes right here, the next bar could break out. But there's always that chance that major trend reversals, you need that trap. And you need bar to close as low as possible and the next bar to sell. This isn't sellable. It still has a strong, bar 49 still has a strong bull body. So if you're spooked and you want to exit out, you might be very upset if you exit out right now. So just wait. Okay, see how it closed slightly at above its midpoint, maybe like a one tick above. This bar is still bullish. It's not a good sell signal bar. So the bulls are going to try to fill that upper wick, probably with a bull body, and continue. Unless they surprise us with a strong bear bar taking out both the 49, the 48, and closing near 48 lows. Then you can think of selling, but there is no reason. So this is still going higher. In fact, we made a new high. So, but I don't see a bull bar closing. So I'm still not going to remove these just yet. Let's just wait. I don't see a bear bar just yet closing. Bears need a solid bear body. It's taking out at least this. There's a little gap here. Taking out the 49 low is further down below. If they do that, then we might come down and test the 47 low. And if we start to get several actually strong bear bars like this, 3 is better. Expect a bear flag and sell. But I don't see it yet. Okay, so I can't be scared here. I just have to be patient. But this area we talked about earlier, I kept pointing out this entire area is a sell zone. Okay, so, but the bulls closed the gap. That's the thing. All right, so now they're getting serious. Okay, so you see how this bar now trying to take out the 48 and 49. I said if they actually close that bar below the 48, right around here, the next bar will sell and run some stops underneath 47. That's what the neckline is. Generally, there are stops there, just like they did here, but this one ended up buying. So this one, however, could actually succeed and come down to the 10 point because there is a balance zone. Okay, so I might actually be selling this. This is really nice. Okay, so let's see if the bears can actually close this body. If they close the body below 6 point, that's that second leg. We might actually find ourselves right here, except that I need to now remeasure because we went above. So that's the 10 point, which is 41.44. This is nice. It's strong. They're trying to test the EMA, and they need to close the bar one tick below this line. If they do that, we come inside this area. They kind of failed now. That bar did not close where I want it to close. So, but it's still a really nice bar. Bear's probably going to try to come down a little bit, or can this become a second leg failure and we go right back up? A bar like this taking out 3 bars should get continuation, at least the test of the EMA. But there's something that bears fail to do, which is failing to take out that 6 point once again. That bar did not close. So I'm still waiting. I didn't really sell it. I was going to. I put a sell stop order underneath 50, but then this bar closed above, so I don't like it. Let's just wait. It's a bit of a trading range and a support. It's not easy to break a support. It's probably going to sell a little bit more. I would assume it will. Port. It's probably going to sell a little bit more. I would assume it will. Because it's a double top neckline. Needs to come down. And maybe a bear flag. We'll see. Bears want 44.50 as early as 45.50 tested, and it's also a second entry sell. First entry, second entry. It's just not in a hurry because it's not easy to start a trend reversal. Even if they start the trend reversal, we're going to bounce here, but that's fine. I mean, at least we could just come down here and test this. Okay, here we go. Let's see if I can get this moving to the 45.50 to 44.50 area. Bulls trying to prevent that 6 point move because they know the moment the bears get that, they're going to look for that is accelerated selling into this area. They're trying to prevent it because their stops are here. They don't want those stops to be breached. They might have their stops right here. Bears know it, so they want to run it, but it is support here still. And bulls want to trap the bears with a second leg and then continue to going higher. Second time, bears fail to make that 6 point move and then not able to take profit, they will exit out of the market pretty fast. That could create bull bars, but at this point, let's just wait a little bit. I want to see where this bar is going to close. Because after all, bar 50 went 1 tick below this neckline, so this is kind of the second leg. If this bar closes really bearish, 3 bear bars, especially if it gaps down below the EMA, that could create, yep, that's the M pattern, that could create that possible pullback and make a bear flag and then sell further down. So we got the 1, 2, 3 wedge, double top neckline, kind of reversal. We might even come down to the 50%, but buyers are here. We're going to bounce here. I don't like the way the bar is 51. Again, failed to close. It's a continuation, but why didn't it close 1 tick below? So is this just an attempt to get these guys break even? Because we came down one tick below, but now we breached here. Those bears sold again. And at this point, I am flat. I'm gonna wait for the pullback, and if I see a good bear bar, I'll sell it. But I didn't really play into this. I didn't like the way the bar 50 and 51 closed. I don't like it. Because when you see two bars failing to close below 6 point, and then you get this breakdown, but look what's happening. Those guys need to bring the market to here to actually say, hey, we moved it enough and we're able to take profit. Yes, you moved it so enough, not really, and now you're not able to take profit. So what is this? Could be a trap at and below the EMA, and that means there's no trend here. Failed. That means bull trend could resume again. Therefore, I didn't sell anything. So it's one thing that I learned from watching these tick failures that Al Brooks calls, right? So, for example, let me get that out of the way. Anybody who sold underneath here are looking for a 5 point, okay? So they need 525, right? So they got sold there, 525. They got it, right? So measure right, 51. You would get filled at 25. Yep. So they got a nice 5 point scalp there with an extra tick to cover their commissions. So it has to go one tick beyond. So 5 times 4, 20 extra. That's a 21 ticks right there. Now they're gonna take profit there. But what about other bulls? I mean, other bears? Now, they're taking profit, but what about these guys? Why aren't they making money just yet? They have to minimum tag this. If this is all the bears are going to get, and these guys are not able to come down here, this could become the second leg failure, 1, 2, and then we start to close bull bars, we could go higher. The trend would still resume, okay? So that's what I'm watching, and that kind of triggered, that kind of signaled me by watching how bar 50 and 50 and 51 struggle like that. I mean, they can still come down at least to the 9 point or 10 point area, which is fine. I'm just going to wait. But once I see that failure, not able to close a bear bar after printing bar 50, and even the continuation bar 51 not closing, I mean, we may not, that means we may not actually reach here. Not able to get any profit means its trend really fizzled out and the bulls can resume their, move up. So sometimes I filter the trades and I miss out on this target. You can always trade small when you see something like this. You can, if you really think that the market is going to go in here before bouncing, fine, but trade small, because if you get stuck and it reverses up, you can always make it back what you lost with micros. So no bear bars are closing below EMA, so we are still always long, but we are in a trading range, clearly. Okay, trading range lows, high. Bears want a bear flag, they want a double top and a trap of the bulls and sell it, and still they're trying to come down to here. But I don't want to sell it. But I don't want to sell it. It might start to sell soon. I just need the confirmation. If we start to go right back up to the highs, then anyone who sold here will be trapped. That 40 point is a big ticket item. Market wants that, but they need to trap these bears under the EMA, start to close bull bars. But 3 bear bars sideways and down is possible. Bears don't want to let go. They want their bear flag and they want to come down here and, you know, claim their reward, but I don't care at this point. There's not much of a room there. It's just about 3.25. There's a 50-50 chance that we could get trapped here. So I don't care about that 3 points. We might get a double bottom with 52, and I don't want to be trapped in that. So I'm going to let this go, because FOMC meeting minutes is about less than 5 minutes. Okay, so I wasn't going to stay, but I think I will stay. I know Ken's going to yell at me because this video is going to be like 10 gigabyte, probably heavy. It's kind of difficult to post those files, but since we're only 4 minutes away, I'll just hang around a little bit more because there's really nice area, and I really want to pass this evaluation this week. I don't want to miss it. I think bulls are trying to trap the bears here. See why I hesitated? Sometimes you gotta let go. Things don't feel right with bar 50 and 51. They kind of failed there. And there was a 21 tick failure, selling underneath, and not so great sell signal bar 49. They still got a 5-point scalp there. That's good for the bears. But it's uncertain right now with the news coming up. It's better not to, you know, I know Ken is like, there's a voodoo doll with my name on it somewhere. I think I like your 41.95 much better, Tim. Yeah, let's go for that one. That'd be nice. Okay, so, and here, let's see. I don't care about this now. I mean, if we break this, we would get a huge measured move. It's a cup and a handle. It's, you know, at this point. So if we actually get right around there, but I think it's measuring from here. Wait. Oh yeah. Okay. So he's measuring from here. So that's the measured move. Is Tim Stout just found for bulls. But he's also measuring for bears. Okay. So there is this is the initial one, just about, but it could be a lot more than that. So we'll see how this plays out. I'm more interested in this right here, and then 71. All right. See, there's possible double bottom, and you know, trap might be setting up, but we'll see. It's news. It can go either way. There's a bit of a resistance at the high of right there, at the high of upper 1/3 of bar 50. We might actually test there, and if we have a double top and a lower high, we could still get that trend reversal to the downside. Okay, because look at this. This is still a trading range. We might come down and test the trading range lows. So be careful there. There is support here. That's the first support. We need to first break this area of interest. Okay, so I'm going to take that area. We have to break it. Probably buyers here. If we do dump right here, but more buyers are here. Here we go. 10 seconds. That's it. News just released. There's a bear flag here, but it's not clear. It's also a small triangle. I said the upper 1/3 of bar 50 is resistance. Bears want a lower high and then reverse it all the way back down to 41.43 and maybe even like 41.35 area. Bulls want to break out. They're going to have to close this bar way up here and break this brick wall. Okay. See, that resistance, upper 1/3 of bar 50, I said it's resistance. They're now selling. Bears are trying to come down for that 10 point now. But I would wait because it's probably going to try to bounce here a little bit. It's the area of interest. But bears got their 10 point. There you go. All right, so that's the trend reversal now. At least that's what they're trying to get. But they have to break this. Normally, let me get this out of the way. Okay, so if they break now this, after bouncing at the 10 point, if they break this, we can come down further. They're taking profit at the 10 point. Okay, so they're taking profit at the 10 point. So, and also I said area of interest always gets tested twice and it bounces. This is the first bounce right in the middle. Remember the lesson? I talked about these areas. If you want to buy, let the bear sell. You put a buy order there at the 50% and then one down below. These two are activated, so they're making money. They're buying into also these profit-taking bears. They got their second chance to sell at the upper 1/3. I said this is resistance. So the news bar tested there. Remember, these resistance and supports are the most important things during the news. That's the only thing that will bounce or reverse or stop news bars. Okay? That's what Al says. That's what I learned. Okay? That's the only thing. So if you want to buy or if you want to sell, there was a resistance there. We tested, came down. There's a support here. Bounce. So we're stuck in this area. Can the bulls still go up? Now, I'm no longer interested in any of this because bears already made a 10 point. So that's done. I'm no longer interested. It can still go higher, but it's got a brick wall here that it has to break now. Not only that, there's another one right here. So bears need to show me, bulls need to show me that I can break this, get above open of the day. That's fine. Could this be a wedge? Bull flag. 1, 2, 3. Yes. That means we go test that. And if we break above that, we can still go higher. Okay, so can we get a head and shoulders? I don't know. Maybe here. I don't know. It doesn't look like head and shoulder type pattern. Right now, area of interest is support, and it bounced. Now we have a new resistance right here. Bull's probably trying to get up there. But I don't like to trade the news bars. At least I need to wait for the first bar and the second bar to close to get some kind of direction. Better if you wait for the third bar. I don't think Al waits for the third bar. I think he looks for 2 bars at least, as I watch him during FOMC. readings. But you can see is how bears got their now, got their reward there. Now for bulls is I need a bull bar closing right there in order to get to the 10 point. There's no 6 point. It's just a 5 point scalp and more. If bears start to close, come down near this area and close, I'm going to look for a 15 and 20 point swing. Maybe there is that head and shoulders. It's a bit of a complex one, but I don't know yet. It's still not clear to me. For bears, they need to take out this low. For bulls, they need to take out that. I'm just going to do nothing. I'm going to wait for this bar to close. I'm filtering the trade to get a decent direction. Outside up bar 55, it's decent. Bulls probably trying to go to their 10 point, which is at 41.54. So if that bar closes, that's their target. If they close this bar appropriate, in the appropriate location, not that, it should be 6. Then that's your target right there. And that's the first scalp target. It can break this area because it tested twice and tried to sell twice. 1 and 2. If the swing died here, that means we're going to get above that, and we're going to get above that. So we could still go up to that 41.61, 41.71. But I need to see it to believe it. So I need to see bulls actually getting to the 10, continue to go higher. So I want to see a bull close. There are already buyers above 55, and they want to scalp the 54. That is still the target. But we're testing that resistance. We already tested 9 point as early as they're trying to take profit, but that's not enough. Bulls need to do a lot better here. They need to, if they want to break out, they need to get above 41.54 and 55. And the only reason why I would think, I'm going to repeat again, is bears try to sell twice. First, second. If a sell zone is not selling, okay, appropriately, and the swing is cut short, news or no news, doesn't matter. That means bulls want higher prices, but they have to show me they can take out that double top. If they take out that double top, then we can go higher. So if you actually measure right there, look, that adds up to 9 point. That's an early profit taking right there. Okay, so what's happening here now? That's the second second news bar. So better to wait. So these bulls kind of making money and scalping. They can start to take profit at 9 or 10. They choose to take profit there. Now what? This is where the bears are trying to go, and they want to break this. But I'm no longer interested in that because these guys made money. So I have to remeasure once again. I do this a lot faster because I'm explaining, so it's a lot of work. So they're already 6 point. They're trying to get to the new 10 point. This is what the bears want. Scalp that. And then they want to get to 11.75. If they break that, then they're going to get to the 15 point, 14 or 15. So it's important that these bears actually close right here, 43.25. Then they can bring the market down further because this is a double top and wedge. Double top. This is also a wedge too. 1, 2, 3. Maybe a double top here, or 1, 2, and 3. So they might see this as wedge 2. That's right there is their profit taking. Yeah, look how quickly it turned right at the resistance, which was 9 point. Now they're getting their 10 point. But this is going to bounce because 10 point is always profit taking. After that bounce, two things it can do. It could either use this area. Remember what I said. It's going to test it for the second time. First time, pull back, second time. If the bulls show up here, we could still go higher. We could still trap the bears under the EMA. They have to show us strong bull bars. Okay? If they want to trap these sellers under the EMA and want to go higher, now is the time the bulls need to show up. The moment, let me get rid of this, the moment that those bears start to take out that pink line, we're going to end up finding ourselves here and then furthermore down here. So they're taking profit. Other bulls are watching. If the bar closes bullish, the bulls might jump in and start to move this 5 to 6 points higher, and then we can go higher. Okay, so look, this is where bears try to sell again, and a good place to trap, but I don't know if this is a trap yet. This is the third news bar, so it's been almost 15 minutes. Generally, after the 15-minute, you get a good direction. So if the bar closes bearish, direction is to the downside. We could end up finding ourselves here. If it closes bullish, there's the higher chance that we have trapped the bears, and then we're going to go right back up, and finally we're going to break this. Okay? So now what? Well, measure it. Bears are taking profit. How much the bulls are moving the market? They already moved 5 point. They need to close above 6 point. If they close it, where's their next target? 10 point. As early as 9, they could start to scalp, but 10 point seems like a much better place since it's accelerating and the ATR is above 6. So that's their target right there. Okay, so let's see if they can make this work. 52.75. Probably it's wanting to test 55. But let's see. It needs to break this resistance. It has to get to the 10 point. It's already tested the 9. Maybe not. Nope, it tested the 9. It's not enough. It needs to get to 10 because it's a strong bar, and it may not stop there. It can actually get to the 14, 15. Just needs to test the 10. Okay, so this area of interest, it always gets tested and always bounced twice, whether it's a bearish or bullish. This one's bullish, so it's a good support. The first test was 55. I did say it's probably going to come back down again. Now, this is now becoming a swing probably. All right, so here is a 10 point, and I want to see continuation to 41.54 or 55. Let's see if we can get that. Let's see if we can get that. If we start to close above 41.55, expect these highs to be tested. Okay, so let's continue. Now I want to see, I'm no longer interested in any of this. I'm going to remove them. I want to see bulls actually take out this. If we take that out, then the next we could go higher. So I'm no longer interested in this. I'm looking for a bull close around here, or maybe even one tick higher would be even ideal. Then my next target will be 14 to 15 point. But I need to see, they're taking profit. You're getting this bear bar, which is expected. It's because they are taking profit here. But it's too late for the bears. They had their chance twice, in fact, and even the third time they failed. Now we have a wedge and a strong bull bar. It's just testing the high of a trading range. Machines know that. This bar, generally, they look at it as it's designed to trap the buyers, okay? It's buyer at the high. So they sell it, they try to trap it, but market has been long, and it had target which I removed. I would say I think we're going to meet those targets. I think the 41.71 looks like a good place that the market is trying to reach. Might even go higher than that, but that is my target. So I want to see a bull bar closing above 11.75, demolish this brick wall, and then take out this highs, okay, test the bar 1 and 2 high, and make a new high of day. Can we make that? Well, we'll see. 10-point bulls, they're taking profit with this bar, 50, what is it? It's 58, but it's an inside-outside, well, I'm sorry, it's not. It's, what is this? We had 00, okay. Now we have, wow, 3 O's. Well, this is in breakout mode. Check this out. O, O, O. It's breaking out because this bar closed so high. The only problem is it closed at the 10-point. So it's kind of taking profit at the 10-point, but the machines are aware that this is triple O. Ooh, oh. Okay, so it's trying to go higher. I like to see now bulls continue this. $21 and $22. Gosh, here? Why would you? Well, if you short it here, you really need to exit out as your stop is being hit. Look, bar 19. If you short it, okay, so where's your stop? Maybe it was here and you moved it here. Bulls are already taking those stops out. Now those stops out, why would you stay in the market, expect that this is going to come down? It might, but at this point, I think it's too late. I mean, even if you held it, market did come down to that point, but it's not closing below that. So you should have gotten out, temp. I like to hear Tim's take on this one, see what he thinks of it. Anyway, so it's 11.75. I want to see bulls close above 11.75. If they fail, can we still swing this to downside and get back to the 50% area of this entire move? Well, bulls need to show me that. If they are going to sell this, then I'm going to look for failure to close above 11.75 and strong surprise bear bars. If I don't see it, then direction is to break this resistance and get back high to this area possibly. It's resistance, so it's doing its job, but I'm not convinced that bears are strong here. All right, so this is the last chance to close a bull body one tick above where I marked 11.75. Okay, so if we do that, all right, testing is not enough. We have to close above it. Could this be a double top and it's an equal top and go one tick above and failure and then trap and come down? Yes, we can still trap the bulls, but I need to see it. I just don't see it yet. So if you're long, you're looking for completion of a bull close right here. That means it's a sign that bulls are still having their momentum and they want to get to the next swing level. If it fails, then you might actually have double top. Is this a lower high? No, this is actually a triple top now. You have a solid triple top here. 1, 2, and 3. So this is kind of a ledge too. Okay, so we've failed. All right, now I'm thinking, okay, so we have a wedge here now. Identical tops. But the problem here, this is kind of a ledge. It's a little bit unconventional one, but it is 1, 2, bar 45, 49, and 59 highs. So eventually we're going to go up and test one tick above that. is I do not want to sell this unless we start to close below EMA. I don't want to sell it. It's selling because there's a trading range I try to explain to you. Is a bar like this is designed to trap the buyers buying too high at the trading range highs. And they knew that. They kind of bought again underneath probably 58. Bar went up and then now coming down. But if this accelerates and close below EMA, maybe we sell again. We have a double top, triple top neckline. So I would then look for a measured move target down here. But I just don't want to sell this. We kind of trapped the bears underneath the EMA. We're in trading range midpoint. If you actually measure, okay, we could easily start to go high again. I don't like this price action. I didn't buy this buy. Okay, I didn't buy it. I bought it down here. I scalped as it came up. I was kind of done. I wanted to buy. I wanted to see the demolish, but I don't see bull bar closing above 11.75. Without seeing that, I am not touching this. Okay. Now, because bulls got their 10 point, this is the last pivot point. I'm going to plane the 5. Okay, so for bears, they need to close below 6 point with a bear body. If they do that, then we can come down. And I will look for a 10-point scalp for bears. Since we don't have that, I'm going to stay flat. Okay. I'm not going to touch it because this is also the 50% of this trading range. As long as we stay above the 50%, we're still bullish. Okay, so we're still always in long. Okay, so just market needs to make a decision here. Remember, this is also inverse cup and inverse head and shoulders and a cup and handle. So bulls want a breakout. It's also a bigger cup and a smaller cup, and it's an inverse. So breakout might be coming. What happened to my OO? Well, it did break out, but and then it failed. It's actually triple O. So if bears are going to sell this, they're going to show me a 6 solid point. They're already getting a 5 point, probably 4 point. I don't know. Did they get the? That's a 225. They haven't gotten a 4 point, so they have to come down to here. It's possible 525. That means if I'm measuring from here, probably it's a 10. Not even a 10 point. So the 10 point would be down here. Okay, so now, I think bears are going to now take out this neckline. Seems like it. But I'm going to wait for this bar to close. They're going for their 5-point scalp, selling underneath 58. They're probably going to go for the 10 point now. All right, bears got this. Bears got this. But they still have to take out the neckline. That was a 5 point and a quarter scalp. That's a good for bears. Now they need to complete their 10 point profit taken right there. They have to do that. So there you go. All right, excellent. I did sell, by the way. Now, neckline, if they take out the neckline, then you get the double top, a much bigger neckline. We might end up coming down. Okay, so we might end up coming down to 2 different places. First, we need to break this area of interest. You have a measured move target, possible measured move target. Okay, so right around there. That's one. Second is possible 50% pullback, which is right there. Okay, so I think we're going to pull back into that 50%. And then right here. Okay, so we're accelerating. That's because bears want now the 15 point. You can take profit at the 14 point, but with the rate that it's going, we're gonna test that 15 point. Okay, so bears won this fight. It's because bulls could not close above 1175. You see how it works? This is what the machines count. So now it's coming down to 15. That's it. That's right there, 15. It's going to bounce a little bit here, but it could easily continue to 20 points. 20 points is inside my buy zone. Okay, so 19 to 20. Okay, 19 to 20. So you see how the fight goes and the bulls and the bears. That's how you filter out the trades. I was long here. I bought into that wedge, but the bull flag failed. I kept saying, I signaled you, it's a brick wall. Brick walls are not easy to break. Okay, so it's a brick wall. And we saw that 1175 threshold did not breach. So now bears take over. They want their 20-point scalp. So their target is 3450, possibly as early as 3550. They might even breach 3450 a little bit before bouncing. Very nice. Keep going. So what happened to bar 57? It's a leg in a trading range. Remember, is when you measure it, 50% was still holding, but then they breached. They started to sell as early as underneath 58. You look for a 2-point scalp, they got it with 59. Then they got the 5-point scalp. Then I measured for 10. I mean, even if you calculate from here, they're trying to get to the 15-point solid, which is right there. That's it. That's 15. Now they're looking for a 20. That's how I measure. That's how L measures, I believe. Okay, so we got my 20. Hello. That 20 is done. Here is a measured move target. And here is the actual 20, which is right around the measured move target. So be careful. There are buyers here. And we're probably going to bounce, especially at this 20. That's done. We're going to bounce. They have to take profit. We're in the buy zone. But there's a little bit more continuation, and the bear's probably going to push this a little bit further down because the measured move target is right there. 20-point swing is right there. But if you're scared that this might bounce, pay yourself and leave a runner. This is really nice. How it turned around. You're kind of late to sell this, by the way. A bar like that might get continuation, but I'm counting points. It's getting dangerously close to the profit taking. There's still a little bit of room. So how do you sell it? Well, you're going to have to close your eyes and hit sell. And then look at the chart, and you got to be prepared to take profit very quickly now. Am I behind? Oh no. Is that why it failed me? Oh, I am behind. How? It doesn't look. No, I'm not behind. Oh no, I am behind. That's why I got filled so early. I'm like, it's not hasn't reached. Why did I get filled? All right, I don't know how to fix this. Hold on. I have to kill the connection. No, I got caught up, so it should be okay now. Okay, so it should be fine. Oh no, I am behind. Wait. I see different things on different charts. And I'm looking at one of my chart is, hold on a minute, 32.25. So no, I'm okay. It's all working out just fine. All right, so here we go. We met the targets. We overshot a little bit, so they're taking profit. You really needed to take profit. All right, everyone. So when it filled me so fast, I thought maybe that's the reason, but I don't know. I mean, it's just collecting everybody's exit orders on the dome. So that's a 30 point. Now, in order for this to continue, I need bears to print a bear bar in this level. This one's done. Okay. If they do that, then they could come into this area. But there's a gap here, so probably buyers, although they did close that gap a little bit. They need to overlap this bear body with the bar 32 high. I'm sorry, bar 22 high. So I guess anybody who sold here and trapped, they might have sold again. I would have never hold like that. I don't have a large account to, let this go against me like this. If I'm selling, if I'm selling here, my stop's here. Once this is taken out and this continues, that takes out, I'm going to put my stop here. Once I see that taken out, I'm going to lower that stop here. If the market comes out and takes out my stop, I'm done. I'm going to reverse and I'm going to go long. There's no way if I am waiting for, hoping there are sellers here that they will sell. We're in a trading range now. If you divide this, okay, into 3 levels, okay, we're in the buy zone right now. But it would be better if market can come down here a little bit. So I'm not going to buy here. I'm going to wait for market to come down a little bit further. See if we can actually buy somewhere here. It's clearly a trading range. We might continue to come down towards this bar. Maybe around here buyers are waiting. So there's nothing to buy here. You're going to let them sell. Buyers are probably on the lower 1/3. Okay. What if it breaks? Well, we do have March 6th high is magnet once again. But once we enter into this area, there are probably buyers. But I don't see a buy signal, so I'm not going to touch it. If you're still selling, you're selling your runner. Okay, so let it just come down. I took profit at the 20 point area. Now, if bears, so they already broke that. So they're trying to get down to, they broke and they closed the body, so they're trying to get to here. If you're going to take profits, you may want to take profit either at the 29 or 30 point. So let it come down a little bit more. Because bar 61 closed is really nicely and strong. So I know the bears want to come down, but they did test that below that line, which is the lower 1/3 range. But there's no buy signal bar. Bears probably want to come down and test this 30 point. They might even come down is 40 point. That is probably here. I don't know if they can make it. They might. But I'm more interested in this. So I'm going to leave this alone. I'm going to let bears bring the market down. What if this bar closes bullish? There might be some buyers about because it made a new low. And if the bull's actually able to close the body bullish, these bears might start to take profit. It's because it's in a good vicinity, but it's kind of a bummer not be able to get that additional 10 point. It's right there. So I'm not going to buy it because there are probably sellers waiting. Is at the breakout point, bar 60 low is right around here. Okay. It's 33.50. Maybe. Yeah. They might even sell a lot earlier than 33.50. It doesn't need to go and tag 33.50. This is why I don't want to buy it. I don't think it's ready yet. I think it's got a little bit more room to the downside. They might even sell a lot earlier than 33.50. It doesn't need to go and tag 33.50. This is why I don't want to buy it. I don't think it's ready yet. I think it's got a little bit more room to the downside. So I'm exhausted. I don't know about the bulls and the bears, but I sure am exhausted. Waiting for a little bit more to the downside. One thing that I didn't mark the chart is where is the open of the month. So the open of the month is, oh, that's pretty far up, is up here. Well, let's mark it. So we are below the open of the month. And okay, so they found buyers here. I'm going to wait a little bit because it's a strong 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bear bars. There might be some sellers here wanting to sell this. I think the 33.50, there might be some sellers here. Okay, so it's trying to reach there. We could still come down to 41, 25 to 24 area before reversing. It kind of came into the area. That's why I use this template to see where the buyers are. So the buyers are definitely here. We know that. So they're bouncing, but you're buying against this really tight channel. So even if it goes higher, I think the sellers scalping machines are waiting there, and they might sell and go for a 7-point, 14-point scalp. Let's see if it's going to actually touch the 33.50. If not, they're going to keep selling, and you don't have to worry about adding to your losing position if you're stuck underneath 62 and it reversed on you. Because it's too low, when it gets closer to the trading range lows, it needs to bounce to sell. Sometimes it reaches that breakout point. Sometimes it sells a couple of ticks before. So I think the target is still that area I marked, but we'll see. It is an outside up bar though. It's kind of dangerous. Sometimes you get a reversal with these. If the body closes really strongly bullish, suddenly you might get a reversal. But it's better for market to close this bar as bearish as possible, and then or if it goes and tests the 33.50 and then the next bar ends up being an inside bear bar close, we would get a breakout mode to the downside or continuation. I don't know yet. Right now, it's just pulling up because the vicinity is a good place to buy, right? It's the trading range lows. I didn't buy it. I'm still holding my short, but this right here is an outside up bar. All right, so now we're testing the 41.3350. Bears need to sell here. If they fail, I'll exit because bulls are going to try to get their 10-point, and I sure don't want to see a 10-point move to the 36.50. So I'm looking for limit order machines to sell here with the 33.50. ATR came down, so it's like 575. Let's see if we can get a 5-point out of this. I didn't really mark it. That's 4. Now ATR is 650. Let's see, 650 is right there. It's no longer inside, outside, inside. It's limit order machine sold, but they need to close that bar is on its low to continue down to the scalp point, which is 1-to-1 scalp around 27. So I did sell. I ended up selling. I'm looking for ATR stays this way. We should be able to test the 27, 41.27 at the minimum. So come on, bears, continue this. And then that's 1 time the ATR is. We can get 2 time the ATR. That could bring us down to the 41.24, and then I would look to buy perhaps. But we'll see. Right now, I want to see 27 tested. There it is. ATR is actually going higher. That would extend my profit taking, but I'm not going to change it. I'm gonna wait to see if we can get that 41.27. You can extend it. Instead of 650, you can go for 675. Okay, but this is okay. I got it. All right, so I scalped it, and now I have a runner, and I'm going for this. Okay, 30 point. See how that limit order worked out? Okay, so it's selling. That's good job. And you didn't have to sell. If you were stuck underneath 62, it's basically limit order sellers are going to do the work for you. They're going to sell, and they're going to go for 1 time the ATR at the minimum. Look, they went 1 time the ATR, and I said you can go for 675. They're at the 675. Now it's 7. I mean, you could do this, but I don't do that. I don't keep changing this around. So to me, that's a successful. It's better if the ATR is going higher. That means it's accelerating my selling, and my runner is going to make money as it hits 30 point, if it hits 30 point. But if it starts to reverse, I will exit out very quickly. That's what the runner is for. Either it runs or fails. So I'm looking to take profit there. Oh, sorry, Andrew. I just saw your comment. I'm new to the BTC, and this is my second trading room session. This was incredibly enlightening. Really. Well, I'm glad we're not. I'm glad we're up to par. Yes. Yeah, we don't mess around here. I'm just kidding. Well, we're all, Elbrooks students. So hopefully you're taking the course. Are you taking the course, Andrew, Katie? Because if you're not, best way to learn to sign up for the course and take it. It's a video course. If you don't have the books, that can accelerate your understanding. Yeah, and then it would make sense as all of us, myself, Brad, Tim Fairweather, Tim Stout, we all trade the same. We have a little bit, each of us have a little bit more bells and whistles, but we all complement each other. And when Al comes in, we're all his students. So it's not like, you're hearing something new. all this point counting, you'll hear it when L comes on, you'll hear him counting the ticks, but it's I can't do the tick because it's double digits or sometimes triple digits. So I count the points, but it's really the point equivalent. He counts the ticks, the same thing. It all comes down to the same area. I mark it so that you see exactly where the price is going. Sure thing. All right, so I think the bears are still continuing to sell this, but just be careful here. I still want that 30 point. It's just, I'm in my runner right now. And stop is now right there. And the moment we take out the 64, I might lower it a little bit more because I actually don't want to give back, because this is going to reverse and I want to buy it if it reverses. I want to buy it because there's a potential of going back up to here again. Otherwise, I don't. We might even pull here before we buy. Get rid of these. This is the next support, and that is around 41.15 and that's exactly where, my 40 point is. So we don't have to take profit here. You can still hold on to your runner, but there's a chance that buyers are in this area. I'll look at something else. You see this gap here? Market is trying to close this gap. So I'm going to mark here. Okay, it seems to be trying to get there. And it might. All right, here we go. 30 point. Good job. It's going to bounce a little bit here. It has to. But what you're seeing here is also spike, pullback, and it's creating a channel. So I think there's a little bit more room to the downside. Okay, so actually I did this wrong. Bears are going to sell the pullbacks. We're probably going to come back a little bit more down. The reason why bar 65 is bouncing is because it's a 30-point swing. So machines are scalping every 10 points. Remember, S&P likes to move every 10 points. Okay, so, and I mean, not every, S&P likes to move 10 points and likes to take profit every 10 points. Okay, but there's still room. So I like to see is actually pull back and sell that pullback and continue to come down. So I'm looking for down, hop, and a final down. Give us a wedge, and then I will buy, and then look for a pullback and a possible reversal. I don't know if we're going to get that reversal yet. There's a little bit more room to the downside. But this area is a buy zone. It is part of the buy zone. But if you have taken profit at the 30 point, good for you. You've done a terrific job. Now, could this reverse? I doubt it. I think it's going to sell one more time. It's just looking for a rejection area or the resistance. Okay, so there's a congestion zone of 1, 2, 3, 4 bars. We might get rejected there, come back down, then I like to buy it. Otherwise, I'm not going to touch it. Okay, so I'm glad you were doing good, Richard. That's actually good because you had some concerns before, and that's good. Just keep it this way, please. Okay, see that congestion zone? Channel or no channel? You don't need channels. Market stalled here and trapped the bulls. So when you put a line there, that becomes resistance. So pull back. I'm looking for a third push down. Upper 1/3 of bar 64 is resistance. Even if it goes higher, I think sellers might be waiting there. There's short covering you can see with this outside up bar. Bulls failed, so they're buying low here and breaking even around here. So think of it this way. If you bought here and you buy again maybe at the close of 64 or down here, or if you buy here, this is your break even. Okay, so they're trying to push the price to that so that they can break even right there. Okay, these bulls got stuck above 63, had a chance to break even. Can they sell now? If they get out of the market, this could sell again. Remember, upper 1/3 of 64 is a sell zone. But if you have taken profit here and exited out, like I did, then you're good. You don't have to worry about any of this. But if you're still in your short, okay, then I'm sure you're nervous and you're wondering what is going on. Well, market moved 6 points, looking for a 10-point. At the minimum, they want to reach the 9-point. But if they fail and the bears show up and their profit taking cuts short, we can continue to come down. Okay, if the bulls fail to close a bull body, they're never going to reach their 9 to 10-point scalp zone above. Okay, so that means we could still come down. But if this bar starts to close above, that means it wants to go up here. You can either exit, or when it gets up here, you can try to sell a double top. But right now, I don't even have a 6-point. So the 6-point, I need a body closing above first. Breaching it with a wick doesn't matter. Okay, right now this bar is a break even for bulls. Bulls want to get up here, right there. They want to get up here so they can actually exit out with no loss. But if this bar in 1 minute and 32 seconds fail to close above this break-even point and then closes a bar underneath the 6-point, this is going to sell. Okay, so I'm showing you, I'm calculating what machines see. But I also, if you want to make things easy for yourself, this bar right here is a strong bear bar. Upper 1/3, sellers are waiting. Look what happened with this bar. This bar went up, tested that 1/3 upper level, and then sellers showed up. If those sellers win, this bar closes lower, expect price to come down furthermore. Okay, so how this bar closes and where that body closes, it's a big deal. Generally, when you come so close to the 40-point, around 30-point, we get deep pullbacks because it's too low. We're already at the low of the trading range. Nobody wants to sell into support. So generally, you get these deep pullbacks and then failure to reach some targets, and then it starts to sell into the 40-point. So, all right, 10 more seconds left. If this body, 66, cannot close above 6-point where I marked, and is also okay, so they failed. Terrible follow-through bar for bulls, 66. Now, it's not a bear bar though. It's a problem for bears who are stuck underneath 64. Okay, so they were looking for a bear bar. If they were to see that bar close bearish, they would have probably sold it. But it didn't close bearish, so that's a problem. So this is where I would step back and give bears a little bit, one more chance to sell this. But if this bar closes bullish, I would exit out of my short. That's what I would do. Because 66 kind of pooped. It really didn't close bearish. It needed at least a 1 tick. If it did, then these bears would have sold and then try to bring the market down first to the 50% probably. But now it didn't. This is where I would exit out because the moment we close above this 50%, bulls got a chance to bring this further more up. And that could be terrible. So this is where I would get nervous with bar 66. Are we not coming down? Do we have to go higher? Because there's a small inverse head and shoulders pattern here. And generally these inverse head and shoulders patterns in a buy zone, lower 1/3, 1, 2, 3, is a sign of bulls might be covering faster their shorts. Okay? We could end up finding ourselves first here. If we break above it, then here. So bar 66 did not close. That's where I would probably exit out of that short. Can we still sell at this point? This is going higher. And we already went above 6. And now we're at 10, almost 10. So 10 is right there. We already reached a 9 plus. So they're taking profit. But there's an inverse head and shoulders. I'm kind of worried about this because this is news generated. So when you actually layer your volume profile, you're going to notice that this area, okay, so you're going to get this kind of, and then empty space, and then you're going to get this. Bulls are trying to get above, buzz through it, get up here, and then there are probably sellers waiting there, okay? So because this is news-induced move, they see this as like an open road. They want to close it. So, okay, so the bulls reached the kind of 10 point, but it's not really. That was about 9 something. Yeah, 9. But now what? Now they're selling. Okay, I'm going to sell with them now. Here we go. Okay. Now, I'm selling. Why am I selling? I'm selling because they couldn't close a bull bar 1, and this was a spike pullback channel, so now they're trying to come back down here. So I hit the sell button, and let's see if I can actually see markets can, hold on, I need to check this. Am I behind again? 25.25. Nope, I'm not. So I'm going to try to scalp. It's somewhere around 24 or 23.75. See if we can actually breach this 65 low and it come down a little bit more. I'm going to try to scalp is 24. And then I'm going to leave a runner to run is into 41.15, 41.14 area. Well, first I want to pay myself is right at the 24. Of course, it comes so close and it won't let me. Let's just wait a little. 41.17 is this. Seems like a good place. Also, I want to see a little bit more move to the downside. Waiting. Could it reverse here? Is there a micro wedge down, up, down, up? I don't see a down yet. So I need this bar to breach the 67 low, at least 67 low, and give me at least some kind of a double bottom or something. So I'm still holding. I want to scalp the 41.24 and then leave a runner. I don't like the way that it's struggling here. I might actually exit out altogether at the 24. I'll see how this goes. First, it's probably gonna might dip a couple of tick below 24. It's going to try to bounce from there. If the bounce is too strong, I will sacrifice my runner. I want runner to come down to the 41.15 area, but I'm not going to push this because we're at the low of the trading range. We're in the buy zone. I can't even get that 41.24 yet. So it shouldn't be this difficult. bears should actually take this low out. So I'm still waiting. What if it fails? What if we don't get that target meet and suddenly bulls show up? Is there some kind of a wedge, down, up, maybe down? I just don't see a proper wick. Okay, so I have to wait a little. It's an inside bar. Some bulls will put their buy stop order one tick above 68, but we need some kind of a double bottom with 65. Bears want to take out this low and sell, but if this bar starts to close higher, I might exit out. We have a double top. Okay, it's a bear flag. So I like the way that this was selling. I sold a little bit right there, and I haven't really scalped, so it would be a bummer if it actually fails. Just waiting again, 41.24. It's probably going to go a couple of ticks below that before bouncing. Excellent. I scalped it. So it worked. See, this is not a good setup to go long. Even if you put a buy stop order 68, there's no proper double bottom. And you kind of need that wedge. 1 up, 2 up, 3. So you need that to form. Okay, so I think the bears are still trying to come down to here. Now your next target is the low of 21, possibly 1975. 2050 to 1950 is your next target. But I scalp, I'm in my runner, and I'm going to hold it all the way down to March 6th high. This is what was this? I don't know. Oh, that's this right here. You see that? That's that gap close. This is the gap close. So it could continue to come down. I'm still holding. We just tested 21 low. I don't know if it's okay to buy here. I wouldn't buy it. I wouldn't just buy it yet. I've got a better area support. I'm going to wait for bears to finish this job and close this gap. 3,100. What are you guys talking about? Oh, fresh out of the oven. Brad just posted the end of day. Is it the end of day? Yeah, that's good. Definitely watch that video. I'm still holding. I want to see bears bring this down. Furthermore, still holding my runner. It was a good scalp. There's still room here. We could actually test not only 41.15, 41.13 is the target. Okay, so I'm going to mark that. That is the target. We will bounce. I will buy that, but I'm not ready. I'm not ready to buy this. This is still nice. I'm still in my short. Just hold. Just don't be spooked. It's going places. It'll get there. It is a wedge. So if you want to exit with the first sign of a bull bar, be my guest. But we have room to downside. So I would just wait a little bit. There's plenty of time. Market to reverse. I no longer care for this. That was a beautiful swing down. Remember what I said? actually take this and that, right? It was around there. Look, we're at the target. We're breaching the channel lows. It's going to reverse soon, but it hasn't really closed that gap yet. That pink line is the gap. And I have a buy zone right here. I'd love to see, there's a wedge here, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I'd love to see a nice reversal before the market closes. But right now they're selling. So hold on till 41.17 to 41.13 area. Or take profit at as early as, I couldn't say, 41.15. So let it go. Let it come down a little bit more. All right, gap closed, everyone. That target is done. I'm going to hold it a little bit more. See if I can get the 15, 41.15. Okay, so I'm feeling very greedy. So let's see if we can get there. A little bit more. We closed the gap, so that's good for the bears. And I have a target, 41.17. I don't know if how good I measured that, but I think that is the March 6 high. Could be wrong. But my target is 41.15. So since we breached this, I don't care for this anymore. Now, when can I buy this? I'm not ready yet, but I am getting ready. I'm going to pounce very soon when I see a good signal bar. So let it go. It's still trying to go to 41.15. If you want to take profit at 41.15, be my guest. You do not need to wait until 41.13. But chances are we might test the 14.50 to 13.50. Actually, I'm going to change that now. 13.50. Possibly even is 14.50. So somewhere around in this area, we could test and we could bounce. Or if you're so scared and concerned, I don't know, you can exit out here because we could bounce. What happens if we don't touch here? Well, then it is what it is. We did meet my targets, we closed the gap, and we could bounce. So then you would look for a buy signal bar and some kind of evidence that it is reversing, and you can go with it. I'm still holding, by the way. I didn't exit. I don't think this is enough. I'm waiting for this area to be tested at the minimum because there's no bull bar to buy just yet. I see the lower wick of bar 70, but I don't know if that's enough. So I really want that 14.50 to 13.50 area tested. When we pull back, we're going to pull back and test bar 60. What is it? Bar 68. So we will definitely go and test the 68. Okay. Sellers are probably waiting there, but I need a signal bar to buy. There's nothing, so I'm going to hold my short. Okay, so I am feeling very good about that target. Come on, bears, you could do it. We might go even further down. I do have a target here. I have more targets down here. Okay, so I have a good bounce zone right here. Double top neckline, 40.96 is, can we come down there? I think it's too late in the day. We have to reverse a little bit. So I'm waiting. I just want to see one hurrah just to come down here. But if we're not going to be able to break this March 6 high, then that's fine. I will take profit, but I think it's still a little premature to take profit. There's no signal bar yet. Here's an inside bar and a micro double bottom. It's only micro double bottom if it closes this way. Then there might be some buyers wanting to buy one tick above. The goal is to get back up to the 68, but be careful. Sellers are also waiting right here. Okay, so from there to there, sellers waiting. So they might still push the market down a little bit more. I would be careful here. Unless we get a 2-bar reversal, that's a whole different situation. That could brings us up very quickly to bar 68 lows. Bar 68 lows. Okay, so anybody still waiting for these targets to meet, they will probably going to sell more up here, hoping for price to come down further. It's a better place down. It's 4,100 round number. I don't know if we would hit 4,100. It's not that far away. It's only 20 points away. But there's just half hour left. Market could reverse in this half hour or the last 15 minutes. So it could still come down further. And then finally, last 15 minutes, 10 minutes, it could reverse back up. We will test bar 68. We will get there. Either the low of 68 or the high of 68, but we will test that. It's just I'm not ready yet. I want my target. Come on. 4,100. Also target, guys. It's round number. We could accelerate and sell into it before 3:30 p.m., which is right here. Before 3:30 p.m., which is right here. But I don't know. I'm more interested in here. Well, there's a micro double bottom, but where is the buy signal bar? Limit sell, limit bear sold, exactly where I marked. Actually, they just want one tick above, but give or take. So are they satisfied here? This is good? I don't think so. Unless we get a strong bull bar close. So this should come down a little bit more. All right, come on now. Next target, and I'll tell you guys, is where this can actually go. As early, oh no, you kidding me? Oh no, my application froze and I'm in a trade. Well, I have an exit order right there. Where is this going? I'm blind. Oh, okay, just give me a second. Yikes. Oh, application, not only froze, it just quit on me and I'm in a trade. Oh my goodness. Okay, where is this going? Is it still going down? I mean, I have an exit order right there. Hopefully it'll hit that and not reverse back, because it's going to take time to turn this thing on. Okay, you guys tell me, where is it going? I am literally right at 1350. Ugh. Okay, so it didn't bounce from, okay, did it hit 1350? What? 40? Come on, 1450 was the first target. I hope it doesn't bounce because I am at 1350. So it didn't really hit 1350? Dang, it's going to leave me behind. Oh, it did? Now the question is, did I get filled? That's the question. Okay, so hang on, everyone. If it goes one tick below 1350, then I'm gonna be filled right there, which is great. But if it hit 1350 and didn't go one tick below, there's a big chance, because I'm a retail trader, I'm way behind the line, and it never filled me. Watch, it's going to reverse 10 points by the time I turn this thing on. All right, let's see. Where is it now? Oh, thank you for the screenshot. Oh, 14. Come on. One more time. If it tests one more time, I have a big chance I'll exit out. I might have already filled. I'm waiting for this data connection to be established. Okay, so here we go. Come on. Still, data connection is not established. It's ridiculous. I'm listening to the financial juice guy at the same time. He's reading something so serious, and he cracked up. He just cracked up. Somebody must be making him laugh. I just cannot fiddle with the phone right now. Okay, here we go. Nope, they didn't fill me. They did not fill me. I'm going to exit out because I don't like this. Yep. Yep, they hit once, and then they came down to the 1375. Okay, I'm out. It's right on time. I'm out. I don't care if it comes down anymore. Okay, so here we go. All of my drawings are gone. It kind of rolled back to some old, but look where we are. Okay, so we did. I have to get rid of these. Okay, so it did come down to my target. I mean, I think it's safe to say it's accurate. I have to give back a little bit is on that runner. I had to exit out as it was here. It might still come down, but at this point, I am flat. I just didn't want to take that risk anymore. Oh, well. Sure, Roger. I will give you my social security card and driving license, bank account. Sure thing. Just kidding, but thank you for the offer. I know you wouldn't even call the place for me. No, I'm in, but it's terrible. But that's part of the whole reason. Sometimes it's better to actually put market if touch orders. I'm sorry, market on touch orders or if touch orders, MIT. Okay, instead of limit exit, because limit exit for the retail, it's part of the game, right? You're in a line and you're waiting to be filled, first come first serve for futures, right? You're in the queue, but if you use a MIT, most likely you will be filled one tick above. You might even get a better actually fill sometimes. I didn't do that, but if you have a lot of data connection issues, use an MIT exits. It'll fill you. It'll give you a good price. The slippage is not going to be that bad at all. Maybe a one tick, worst thing, 2 ticks, big deal. So that would have been much better. But I didn't lose much there. It's just maybe a point or two I had to give back. It is what it is. Thanks, Roy. Yeah, there is a volume profile. I was literally fiddling with, and because I was trying to tell you guys where's that next support, and that caused it, literally. I was moving it around. Suddenly, yeah, I think that was the reason. So I think the market is going to try to get back up to 64 low or 68 if they can make it. Can this continue to sell down? It might. 4,100 maybe, but I don't know. There's not much of a time left, less than half hour. Even if it comes down, I think 4109, 41 is 10 area, maybe. but I would assume we're going to try to get back up to and close this gap a little bit, and maybe to EMA, but maybe let's see if the bulls can do that. They just have to close this bar on its side. It did close on its side. It is not an outside up bar because it's low. It's not lower than the 72, but it's still a decent bar. But I don't know if this is good enough for bulls to buy and go higher. Now, if we close a bar above 41.21, we could accelerate to the EMA. But the first 10 point, which is at 41.2350, 22.50 to 23.50, is the target. So let's see if we can make it to the 22.50. Bears want to double top and they want to sell, but there's not much time left, and it would be better if we can go test bar 68. So let's see if we can accelerate a little bit. Now, bar 70 is an outside bar and an inside bar, so do your measurement, look for your first target. Probably trap bears is waiting there to trap the bulls, okay, above that bar. Okay, so here we go. We hit the trap zone right there. Bulls want to test this target, possibly test here, but they need to close a bull bar above bar 70 high. So first target is 22, 41.22 or 41.2250. Might even test the 23.50. Okay, so waiting. If the bears start to close midpoint of bar 70, bear bars such as this 74 suddenly closes, we could end up coming down again. And that means we already have a breakout bar that failed and trapped the bears. Since there's not much of a time left, I would assume we're going to get maybe a couple of legs up to EMA, but there's no acceleration. So I'm willing to take profit at 41.22 is 22.50 area. Maybe scalp it a little bit and see if I can have a runner. But I need this bar to close bullish, possibly one tick above bar 70. So here's the first target and here's the second target. So I want to see this bar close. If the bar closes below, I'll probably exit out. I already entered long. One tick above this bar. Yeah, I did enter with a stop order above that, even though it had a upper wick. But because it's the end of the day, I'm looking for a quick reversal, maybe like 2 legs. And possibly, we might actually close, guys, be careful. We might close around EMA. It's maybe at the EMA, below the EMA. Be careful. And tomorrow, we might actually, the first hour into second hour, we might sell. I want to see a pullback to the 68, bar 68. But first, I'm going to scalp the 22, see if I can get that 22.50. We could not close the bar above the trap zone. I'm sorry, above the bar 70. But the bulls will probably going to try again. They're trying to get to the EMA. Okay, so let's see if they can. Try one more time. 22.50 to 23.50 is their target. And then furthermore, up bar 68. Oh, your question, I'm sorry, is I'm in a trade. Can you buy and sell with stop orders safely if you put them outside trap zone? Is I look for breakouts, and if I miss the breakout, I'll look for a pullback, and then I buy that pullback. Okay. And normally I look for, say I want to buy and I want to swing, I look for a trap zone. Okay, so bears got their target and then trap this bought. I could even buy that bar. So like I did, I bought one tick above and I'm still long. So you don't have to enter a trade inside. You can also look for a breakout, and after that breakout, look for a pullback and then buy and go for these targets. Okay. So let's see if we can get to one of these targets. Let's say it's 2250 to 2350. Come on, bulls. The moment the bear bar closes below the midpoint, we could continue to come down further. Can market actually close underneath the EMA? Yeah, it can. It can actually close underneath the EMA. It might continue in the after hours before reversing back up. So we may not actually touch the EMA at the close. If the bears actually close this bar, we could continue to sell. Now, there's not much time left. I like to see bulls actually give us a second leg up, and at least test of 2250 or 2350 area, 2250 or 2350 area. Or back to EMA. If bulls are lucky, is not much time left. Last 15 minutes. Here we go. Let's see if we can actually test that. 2250 at the minimum is 2350. We might accelerate, but these bulls will probably want to take profit here. So I want to see if they can actually get there. They should be able to. There's no need to stall here. Also, the first target is, look what happened. Bears could not close that bear bar. So that means this is continuation. Here's your first target. I like to see continuation. See if they can do that. Let's see if we can swing this a little bit, at least to the EMA. First target met. Second, I just scalped and left the runner. I want to see this target meet. Here we go. Come on, it's almost there. Almost there. All right, one more tick and I get filled. One more tick, just needs to go up a little bit. All right, I got filled. Now, can it continue? Yes, it can continue to EMA. Bar 68 is always the magnet, okay? That's where we're going, but sellers are waiting there, be careful. Okay, so don't be so eager. Sellers might be even here because this is an important target. Okay, so what I did was I was long above this bar, 73, and then I saw the 75 fail to close. Immediately I added more. I added like buy. And as soon as it got here, scalp. As soon as it got here, scalp more. So I'm waiting for bar 68 to fill with one single contract left. If it goes beyond that, that's great. I'll be making a lot more at the EMA and such. But 68 low, or the body itself, or the one-to-one target 41.2575 is next. Okay, so but they generally take heavily profit here. So I left only one contract running, and I took every other contract here off the table. I just want to see continuation. And one-to-one target of 70 outside bar is right around bar 68. Oh, that's not good. Okay, so if this bar suddenly closes below, I will exit of that runner. If it closes right here, I'm going to exit. out. I'm out. Okay, so I exited out. It didn't go where I want to go, but that's the beauty of these levels. Look how accurate. So I've literally sculpted out, and that's too bad. We couldn't get there. I think the market is trying to close underneath the EMA today. It's after hours, it'll drift lower. Okay, it's not going to reverse. It's trying to come down to 41.10. All right, so I had to sacrifice that last contract, but that's okay because I kept adding and adding and adding. I really didn't lose much. It was just, dumped, yes, but it's only one contract. So I made what I made. Now, bears want to come down and test the 70 low. There's a chance that bulls could trap the bears for the second time and reverse it back up. But at this point, there's not much time left. I'm not going to trade this. I'm done. Okay, so these levels work fine. You just have to read and understand the price action. Okay, so in order to get to the 200% level, which is 1-to-1 target, it needed to close a bar. It didn't even close a bull bar above here. So it was just an acceleration and then came down. Now, there's a chance bears can actually close this bar just like that. If they close at one tick below that gold line or 70 low, they can continue to sell this into the close before reversing. I'm not interested in selling this or doing anything at this point. It's because I don't want to be trapped again. So I am perfectly okay with today's trading. I just have to quit some point. Market orders generally is, if I'm adding, I'm going to add. Oh yeah, if I'm 100% sure its price is getting away from me, I will add it. Remember, market orders, your slippage is very small. It's not like Forex, okay? It's you're going to get filled, okay? You might get a couple of ticks slippage, but generally you only get like a 1 tick slippage or something. So I use a lot of buy ask. I do use, if I'm trying to get in as quick as possible, I use ask and bid, okay? I don't really care for the bids. If I'm in a hurry, I'll just buy ask. It just puts me 1 tick above the current price, but I get in. So I'm trying to sweep myself in with the price, wherever the direction it's going. So I use the buttons a lot. I do not use DOM. I don't have time to drag orders and trying to figure out. I used to do that, and then I realized DOM actually takes out an important chart space. I really don't need DOM. I just use the chart trader. Well, thank you guys for staying. I appreciate it as well. It kind of helps me because trading is a lonely business, right? It's very lonely. I do a lot better when I trade alone, but today was FOMC meetings. I just wanted to hang around. This was a really nice, swing, but it ended up being a major trend reversal, okay, in a trading range. So this whole thing ended up being a leg in actually several legs in a trading range. But you can see that 1, 2, and 3 would overshoot, or you can even count from here if you like. And then you got a double top. This is a wedge on its own, 1, 2, 3, okay? So trap, stops are here, and news accelerated. Actually, that's not news. News started here. News started here with 2 o'clock. It came down, find support, went up, found resistance, then started to sell. You can actually sell right underneath here. And if you're late to the party, you can see if there's any measured move target. If there is, okay, hit sell. Sell with market. Sell, sell, sell. Sell ask, sell bid. Just sell it. And you take profit here. And then you can say, well, this is still going down. Can I get a 2-to-1 with my runner? That is the 2-to-1. Or you can say, well, wait a minute. There's a gap here. maybe I can just about, I don't know, maybe you can measure from here, that would be your 2-to-1. Or at this point, this is what I would do. And look at that. That's the 2-to-1 target. And they're now taking profit. You can also measure is, how many points it's coming down. Here's your 40 point. Okay, even came down to 41 and moved, so it's a swing. And I was pretty accurate with that 1350. It's just terrible that I've lost my connection and the application quit. So, but it was a good run. So now bulls made 10 points there. We need to reversal. We need a double bottom higher low. There's a wedge here, 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Bulls need a higher low. It's major trend reversal. There's a double bottom neckline, so they want to get above it. But at this point, I'm not touching this because this could still come down to the round number 4,100. Tomorrow, when we open, I think we're gonna start to sell. Now, selling might be interesting because if this is too low, we might need to go up maybe to these highs. Okay, so look for resistance, and then we could sell a little bit. Then at the end of the hour and a half or 2 hours, I'm gonna look for sideways and up. Okay, so it's still selling. So this tells me we might actually close today under the EMA. And if that's the case, if this double bottom fails, if that's the case, okay, might even come down to the 4,100 round number. Tomorrow at the open, we're going to end up selling. Okay, so, all right. Last 5 minutes. Also watch Brad's end of day. It's kind of important. He prepares you for the next day. Market is still selling. Excuse me. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now? Okay, sorry about that. This is a higher low. We have a nested wedge. This right here is a higher low wedge. So if this closes bullish, we might accelerate and get to that neckline and maybe to the EMA. Bar 68 is still the target, but I don't know if we're going to make it there. I mean, I'm not trading this. If you're buying this, this is bar 78 institutional. I'm not going to play into this. Buy small. If you're going to buy this, buy small. Target is the neckline. We might go further above it until 415, but I don't know. It has to close a little bit high. Better if it closes bullish. Then the bulls market could jump in and buy. I don't know if I'm interested in trading this. There's a projected line. They could still continue to sell. And I don't want to be stuck in something, buying here, hoping that it's going to go to EMA. Instead, it could actually close somewhere here. I don't want to do that. So might as well let it go. There's less than 3 minutes left. Now 2 minutes. Have a great evening, Roger. Tomorrow, excuse me. Tomorrow is 13th, so I'm on again, and then Brad and I will be back on Friday. Okay. They're trying to close this bar on its high as bullish as possible because it is a 1 tick higher low. So it is a good reversal. The question is, do you want to take a chance? If you want to take a chance, then that's good. Just make sure you enter small. Pullback target is possible. First, we need to close above 41.2375. The pullback target is BTR20230412. And we might as well, I think, possibly get there. I don't know. All right, market ran out of time. And you guys have a great day. There's still time to get back up to here, 74 high, 68. It could still reach the EMA and close around the EMA. That's what it's trying to do, 25.25. But at this point, there's no time left. So you guys have a great evening. See you guys tomorrow. Bye, everyone.